Good morning. Welcome to today's council meeting. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Joe Henderson,
Here.
Jay Arnold,
Here.
Todd Bayreuther. Here. Thank you. Justin Borgo. See him on our guest list. Justin, if you're speaking, you're muted. Come back for him. Damon Doyle,
Here.
Tom Handy. Here. Angela Hott, let us know that she wouldn't be available today. Roger Haringa. Also not available today. Matthew Hefner. Seeing him in our group here today. Craig Holt. See them in our list today. Ty Menser. Online. Ben Omura.
Here.
Pete Reiki.
Here.
Thank you. Katie Sheehan.
Here.
Thank you. And Dan Young.
Here.
Thank you. And then for our ex officio members, from LNI, Lauren Lathrop.
I am here.
You. Senator John Lubbock. See them in the attendees list here today. Representative Alex Ramel.
Good morning.
Thank you. Representative Suzanne Schmidt. See them in the attendees list today. Senator Linda Wilson.
I'm here.
I am Assistant Attorney General Dave Merchant.
Not Dave today, it's me, Derek Marabacco.
Welcome, Derek. Let me change this real quick.
And good morning, everyone.
All right.
Hey, Dustin. Justin Borgo
Yes.
here. I was a little late for roll call. Sorry.
Gotcha. I saw you in the list. I was going to get back to you here real quick.
Got it.
So we have 10 out of our 15 members here today and a quorum is present.
It looks like Ty has joined us as well.
Yes, sorry about that. I had an invalid meeting link and I'm happy that I was able to get here.
Thank you, Ty.
Happy to have you. Okay, we have a quorum. Can I get a motion to review and approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item number 3, let's approve the minutes from the June and July meetings. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
We have a motion, a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Was that Chell for the second? Jay. Or Jay?
Both of us, Jay or me.
Oh.
Okay. Go through really quick the June meeting. These, of course, were included in the packet on the website. Any discussion on the minutes from June and July? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, none opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4, any public comment on items that are not on today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I have Larry Andrews here in the room with us, who
Okay.
would like to speak.
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I got a little letter here I'd like to read, shouldn't take too long. It's about something that happened between Shell and I. And in emails and what had happened here the last time I was here. And I'm gonna read this to you. The carbon factor chart in the past meeting, Shell Anderson spoke up and said that the carbon charts had been removed from the energy code. And then I'd be happy about this, which I had mixed emotions because by doing this with the correct chart would have shown that natural gas had a smaller footprint than straight electricity. Shell could not have this, so his answer was to get rid of the charts. Then doing some research for another job, I found that Shell Anderson had not told the whole truth of what had happened. Only one of the charts have been removed. The carbon chart has been wrong for a long time. I informed the council many times about this over the years, and in writing when the Congress proposed the new aspirational electric factor for the carbon chart of 0.44, which is not even close to being true. This was presented by Lisa's Brown Group, who oversaw Washington State Commerce at the time. Commerce knows what the true carbon factor should be. The utilities are required by state law to give this information to Commerce. Let's look at the definition of aspirational in the dictionary. A strong desire for something. It's a hope to get there. What is bothersome is when the tag member like Shell Anderson would not allow anyone to talk against Lisa Brown's Commerce carbon factor, when in the truth of the electrical carbon factor would have come out. Shell, anytime something was brought up against Commerce, he wouldn't let the people complete their sentences or shut them down. In my own testimony, I talked about this. I talked about that the propane factors were wrong and oil was wrong. This has been known for years to Shell Anderson because it was verified by a past engineer on the council when Shell Anderson was there. So this is garbage in and garbage out. The only problem with garbage is the carbon factor and the carbon footprint are way wrong by a long ways in the wrong direction. In my written testimony about WAC 51-11C 403-114 today, I talked about how there is no new power being brought on anymore due to the cost effectiveness of it. The true cost of renewables has not been able to be covered up anymore because of the act of this council has made. And using all the available power for summer and fall and winter is used up. Remember, wind blows in the spring mainly. And when we are dumping water over the dams like crazy in the spring, your shift to an all-electric power system has brought this on to all of us, which I've warned this council many times. Much like in the movie for Hunt for Red October, the Russian shoots a torpedo and it comes around and gets him instead of the American. What is even worse is that the council continues to keep digging this hole deeper when there is no sight out of the hole. So the hole will engulf us. Now we're using 3 times the fossil fuel to get the electricity that we need. And that is a much greater cost to the consumers if it can be supplied from other states even. Remember, these states need power too. You know the truth will always come true in the end. And if you read the paper that I submitted, you will see an instance that happened last year where nearly the whole Washington state grid almost went down. In fact, some of the utilities did go down, but it was so close. Utilities had to pay $1 a kilowatt on the wholesale level to keep this grid up and running. So if you were the consumer having to pay this price, That's 10 to 20 times what your kilowatt usage would be now. So we can't afford this anymore. We're going bankrupt as it is. And the renewables are only a drip in the bucket that's being used. All the new energy that's being brought on for all this new construction is all powered by fossil fuels, not by anything else. We don't have the power. We used to be 50% electric and 50% gas. Now we're about 95.5. And we don't have the power to do it. But yet you keep digging the hole deeper. Do you have any questions?
Looks like Representative Rommel has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment. In the legislature, we've got a rule that we don't impugn the motives of other members. And you can disagree on substance and policy and those kinds of questions. But we don't talk about the motives that other folks have. And I'd really like to encourage that standard be upheld on this council. I've got a lot of respect for everybody who's on this council and the work that they're doing. You all are volunteers, and God bless you for the work that you're doing. It's hard work. Not everybody's going to get everything right, but we shouldn't be attacking each other's motives. Thanks.
Thank you. Ken Burlett, I see you have your hand up. Is that for a different issue or a comment on this one?
No, it's for a different issue.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you, Larry. Is this among the documents that you submitted to staff to share with the council?
I gave one to,
I have the letter here and I'd like to get your testimony as well.
well, this will come later.
Oh, that's the same letter.
I'll give it to the two over here. I'll give it to Tom.
And then Larry, is that, you had another topic you wanted to discuss as well?
No, I'm gonna wait to number 5.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. Ken, go ahead. Oh, real quick, Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. After Larry sent in something, he and I had an email discussion. And I asked him several questions because he had made several accusations and he produced zero evidence of anything. If you go back and watch the tag meetings, as the chair, I did not cut off people from any discussion. So I really resent the fact that it's being suggested that I cut off discussion on certain topics. I did not do that. Please watch the videos. There were so many things that were said that were incorrect. I don't think I want to take the hour it would take to push back against each one of them. But I'm happy to talk offline, Larry, as always. And yeah, we'll have a tag convene soon and we'll have a chance to discuss this all in detail for the next code.
Thank you, Chell. Ken, you had something you wanted to bring up under public comment?
Yes, Ken Brulette, Seattle Fire Department. I represent the Washington State Association of Fire Marshals on the fire code tag. And not too sure if Dustin was going to bring this up or not, but we talked about it in our last meeting. We need help from our legislators that are on this council with regards to modifying RCW 19.27.510. It's the nightclub definition. When reviewing the 24 code, we realized our 21 code is in conflict with that definition, and we would like to make sure the WAC that language, or excuse me, the RCW language actually matches the WAC language. So we just need a little bit of wording removed from that nightclub definition, but of course that has to go through the legislation. It should be an easy slam dunk to do this, but we need help from one of your offices to get this going. I'm sure either Dustin or myself can give you some background on it and help with any type of writing that you might need for the proposal. So That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands up, we'll move on to item number 5, hearing on the NWGA petition.
Mr. Chair, I have one more person in the room. I have Sue Lenny.
I apologize, I'm so used to digital, I'm not looking for physical hands. Sue, please go ahead.
I am here today mostly by way of introductions, and I testified at a joint House Senate energy hearing in Moses Lake, and Representative Rammel was there as well. And this is an outgrowth of both that experience testifying and a conversation with Shell Anderson, who is a colleague of mine from the AIA. But on a very positive note, I hope. I am the founder of the Washington Rural Environmental Network, and we are a new nonprofit, a 501c4, that is going to take a focus on looking at questions of state policy and how they intersect in the rural communities. And one of the reasons that this came up is that as the industrial wind companies were moving into my home county, Lincoln County, and friends in Whitman County were dealing with this, friends in the central Washington, it became clear that there were concerns being raised by citizens that were coming up at that county level, but that were a result of decisions that had been made at a much higher level. So the Washington Rural Environmental Network, the WREN, we are really looking to bring that rural voice into those state policy discussions at a much earlier state, and to look at more holistic conversations on those trade-offs that are being asked. And in the case of the energy location, industrial energy location into rural areas, we're looking at conversion of agricultural lands. The conversation I had with Chell is one of the things that made me recognize that there was information that wasn't available. It's not completely compatible with agriculture. There are concerns. We had a robust discussion about those over the last 6 months in my own county. And we need to really think about that at that larger level. So the WREN will be taking an interest in those kinds of issues. Where it intersects with the State Building Code Council is that very often there are decisions made at the Code Council level that when it gets down to implementation into rural areas, there are some trade-offs that are not considered. And so we want to bring those things forward in legislative hearings this year. And also want to be a resource to the Building Code Council and to other legislative committees in terms of we're looking to hold town halls. We've had one event already looking at a series of issues that all focus around one thing. In the case of the one in Cheney, we looked at water, we looked at WUI, we looked at land development decisions and industrial development in the West Plains that is spilling over into agricultural areas. And we had a good presentation from several local elected officials, some questions from the audience. There was a real hunger for more conversations that really looked at those outside of the different silos of pushing for this piece of energy or this piece of development. This is going to be the 30th anniversary year of the Growth Management Act, which was originally sold as one of its principles was supposed to be to help promote growth and development in areas where that was appropriate. And in rural counties, there's been a number that have had problems with that. We want to take an interest in that as well. So when it comes to the State Building Code Council, one of the issues is we have a code that defines wind turbine towers as structures. They get a building permit, and the code is a little bit doesn't really have address those really well in terms of what the impacts are on local communities when you put something that's 5 times taller than the tallest structure in a county. Now you put a whole bunch of them together and they are taller than the Space Needle. There's obviously trade-offs, and that discussion hasn't happened. It's all just been at the theoretical level of how much energy is being proposed. So the WREN turns out to be a really good mascot for us because it speaks with a voice louder than itself. Our founding board includes Representative Joel Kretz and former Representative Brian Blake, so that we are working to have a balanced access into the system with a Democrat and a Republican on that founding board, along with a local teacher who is an ag teacher, FFA coach. And that's our founding board of 4. We are seeking to be both a resource and to have some input and influence on bringing those rural voices into the conversation at an earlier stage. We hope to be invited in. We'll fly in ourselves if we're not invited. So we're looking forward to more conversations.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say, I'm a Whitman County Commissioner and I'd love to talk to you about
I
this.
would.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of your fellow commissioners is a good friend of mine because
good.
his wife is our vet.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to item number 5, hearing on the NWGA petition. Dustin, can you give us an overview?
I'll default to Krista on that one. She's prepped to do this one.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Krista Broxma with the Washington State Building Code Council staff. Before we get started, I wanted to give you an idea of how this hybrid public hearing will work. The State Building Code Council, SBCC, is holding a public hearing to receive public comments on proposed changes to WAC 5111C, the Washington State Energy Code commercial provisions, regarding amendment of section C403.1.4 regarding supplemental heating for air-to-air heat pumps and ground source heat pumps. The hearing will be dedicated to testimony on the amendments to the 2021 WSECC to adopt changes to this section. WAC is shorthand for the Washington Administrative Code, the legal authority where the state rules are codified. The applicable sections in WAC 5111C are posted on the SBCC website, www.sbcc.wa.gov, for reference. The purpose of the rulemaking hearing and comment period is to provide the public with an opportunity to comment on the proposed changes to the WAC language. This is your opportunity to let us know your thoughts on the specific changes. You can do this by testifying and/or submitting written comments. The email for submitting written comments is sbcc@des.wa.gov. When you registered to participate in this hearing, you indicated your intent to testify today. When we get to that part of the hearing officer, or in this opportunity, the council chair, will call your name and then unmute you if you're testifying via Zoom. If you're testifying in person, you will await the calling of your name and then approach the table. Remember to state your name for the record. People will be called upon in the order they signed up to testify. In order to assure that everyone has a chance to make comments in a timely manner, please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The hearing officer or council chair will let you know when you have about a minute left to wrap up. When 3 minutes have elapsed, the hearing officer will direct you to end your testimony so the next person can have their turn. Just as a reminder, this hearing is for the specific proposed rule changes listed earlier. If you have comments about issues that aren't specific to these proposed changes, please provide those separately to the staff. If you're reading from a script, we would kindly ask that you email the script to SBCC staff at sbcc@des.wa.gov. This will help provide us with the most accurate transcription to your testimony. The deadline for written testimony is 5 p.m. tonight, September 20th, 2024. As we do with all hearings, the audio will be recorded.
Okay, thank you, Krista. Looks like we have 2 people signed up to testify. I'm going to call on Kevin Duell first. Kevin? Did we lose Kevin?
Here I am.
There we go.
Just got access to the mic. Thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is Kevin Duell with Northwest Natural, speaking on behalf of the Northwest Gas Association. Thank you, members of the council and staff, for this opportunity to speak. And just wanted to summarize the point of this petition, which is about commercial buildings and hybrid space heating. And I just wanted to highlight that most major manufacturers make commercial grade hybrid units, package units in particular. They've done this for many years. We're talking Trane, Carrier, York, Train, I think, even has a slogan, "Feel the power of hybrid," something like that. And compared to model code, hybrids lower emissions quite dramatically. They eliminate the use of electric resistance when gas is at its best, and they eliminate the use of gas when heat pumps are at their best, on the ambient temperature. Because of that, they lower operating costs, especially in the eastern Washington regions in the winters compared to all electric heat. They also reduce peak electricity demand in winter by avoiding, again, electric resistance. And this is serious. In the MLK weekend this year, as other folks have indicated, we narrowly skirted some blackouts, and the Washington PUD Association submitted a letter about this issue. And I wanted to note that these are exclusively electric utilities. And to paraphrase what they say, they're basically saying, please don't mandate that our customers use more of our product in winter. It's a pretty strong statement. The other thing about reducing peak demand for building owners is if there is a blackout, they don't need as large a generator. They can run part of their energy on gas and part of their energy on electricity, and that reduces construction costs and operating costs. And I wanted to point out that the Washington Residential Energy Code, I hesitate to say embraces, but it certainly allows and even encourages hybrids for space heating. The Commercial Energy Code allows hybrid heating for service hot water without following the fossil fuel path. And just as a matter of procedure, the Commercial Energy Tag voted to allow hybrids without following the fossil fuel path, in part to mitigate EPCA concerns.
Kevin, you got about 20 seconds left.
Thank you, that's all I need.
Okay.
And subsequent to that, SBCC members of the MVE committee unanimously supported that tag decision. So I just wanted to say, please respect the tag and the MVE and vote for option 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our second person who has signed up to testify is Lisa Rosenau. Is Lisa here?
I don't see her in the attendees list.
She's at the top of the list. She's muted.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Actually, the comment that I would like to provide today is not related to this specific topic. I'd like to make a comment regarding the official opinion with regards to section C505.3 change of occupancy, which is later on. It looks like it's agenda item 9.
Okay. Okay. Did you submit written testimony, Lisa, on item number 5?
Actually, I did not
Okay.
for item number 5. So I wasn't sure which list to sign up for to be
Okay.
able to make a comment for item number 9.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll get back to you at item 9.
Great,
Patrick
thank
Hanks,
you.
I see your hands up, Patrick. Go ahead.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, great. For the record, this is Patrick Hanks with the Building Industry Association of Washington. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to talk on this. BIAW represents 8,000 member companies within the residential construction industry. We encourage the council to adopt option 2 of WSR 2416-146, which will provide more flexibility for multifamily residential dwellings across the state when it comes to space heating. This is especially important for multifamily buildings in regions of our state that experience cold winters where electric heat pumps will not perform as efficiently. Hybrid heating options are a good option for builders and allow buildings to maximize their energy efficiency, maintain consistent heating for their residents while reducing their electric demand at peak times during the winter. This will help reduce operating costs for building owners and residents. The residential code recognizes these benefits and allows hybrid heating. The commercial code also allows for hybrid water heating. So it makes sense for the council to have the commercial code allow hybrid space heating as well. This is a simple and effective code change that will help reduce costs for some multifamily dwellings in our state and make the code more equitable for rural regions that deal with colder winters than urban areas of our state. Thank you for considering this rule proposal, and we encourage you to vote in favor of adopting option 2.
Fantastic. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, looks like we got another hand up, Elizabeth Torsk.
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Torske, Torske, with Cascade Natural Gas. I'd like to echo sentiments of previous commenters. This option 2 change would be very beneficial. It is more equitable, and it's a great option to use hybrid heat pumps to increase efficiency. We appreciate the council's time and consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Is there any other comment on the NWGA petition?
Yeah, Larry Andrews here in the room.
Okay, Larry, go ahead.
I deal with a lot of industrial stuff, and this doesn't go anywhere near far enough for the industrial side of doing work, like steel factories, flour mills, so manufacturing facilities. If you don't have a clean establishment, heat pumps become very hard to work with because of all the air running by them. The filters are plugging up, the coils are getting dirty. So this really doesn't cover us in the industrial side of things. I mean, option 2 would be a step forward, but it really doesn't solve the problem for industrial. We're in the battle right now trying to get a steel company here to get some radiant heat, so they actually have some heat. They run around with propane salamander heaters at more than double the cost and carbon footprint, and we're having a heck of a time getting gas radiant heat into this building. Because nobody really knows. You've made it so complicated, and one thing fights one another, and then the other thing fights one another. People don't want to make a decision anymore, and the contractors don't have an idea how to get it through. We know what the customer needs. We want to reduce the carbon factor, but we're having a hell of a time doing it. And so what do? They go buy propane tanks, salamander heaters, and they heat their facility like that. And that's the wrong thing to do. That's discouraging what we're trying to do here. And we're running into these roadblocks left and right now. And I've been trying to go through this book to try to find the answers. And you just run into one roadblock, and now the code officials, they're throwing their arms up because they don't have the answers. It's turning into a nightmare right now. And most of us didn't start working on this until April, until we actually had a printed version of this thing. And now we're starting to see the ramifications out here in the field to try to move industrial. We've had 2 places that gave up. They just went to Idaho and opened up new facilities in Idaho. So Washington lost the business. Spokane lost.
You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So this isn't the answer if we want to keep Washington viable. We've got to have steel structures, and we got to have flour that goes out the door for stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else at the meeting in person that wishes to testify?
No, sir.
Okay, Krista, can you tell us what our next steps are on this?
The council will consider the written and oral testimony at the meeting in October, and they are scheduled to make a final determination at that meeting, or table it if further information is needed, and act on it in November.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there any council members that wish to comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6, which is the sound transit presentation. Kim Williams.
Yep. Kim Williams is here with us today from Sound Transit. They have some plans. They're gonna be, big plans for the Tri-Cities area in the future, and he's got a presentation prepped, outlining some issues that they've been having. So I'll turn it over to Kim. And Kim, you should be able to share your screen now and run your presentation.
Thank you, Dustin. And I want to clarify, we're in the Central Puget Sound region, and so I don't want to confuse the Tri-Cities with the work we're doing in the Pacific Northwest on the other side of the mountains. But thank you for the invitation to present this morning. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Bear with me. I've not shared on Zoom before, and I'm getting a note here that says I cannot share while the other participant is sharing. Okay. All right, thank you. And let me know if you can see my screen.
Loading up.
Okay, perfect, thank you. My name is Kim Williams. I'm the Director for Regulatory Permitting here at Sound Transit. My focus is on building safety and code compliance, specifically on our capital program, but also all of our operating facilities across all of our different service modes. And I'm here to talk with the SBCC this morning on a proposal for partnering. Gave this proposal to WABO, just for context, and Dustin was in attendance and offered me the opportunity to speak in front of you. So again, thank you for that opportunity. I was going to go breeze through this really quickly. I want to make sure that I give people the information they need, but also not to belabor the presentation. So the agenda is listed here, go through the capital program, talk about issues and challenges, the proposal, and the benefits of that, in addition to some of the things that are coming up in our program. So our capital program is presently the largest voter-approved transit expansion program in the country. We have 3 major service modes that this affects: Link Light Rail, Sounder Commuter Rail, and introducing a 3rd mode of service called Stride as our bus rapid transit service, connecting the east side cities to the south and the North Snohomish County area. We have a 3-county service area, beginning with Everett to the north in Snohomish County, down to DuPont in South Pierce County, the Seattle area, and Issaquah to the east in King County. We have a total of $80 billion in transit investments in infrastructure that we're planning and have been presently building in the Central Puget Sound region going through mid-2040s. The issue with this, in particular with respect to our light rail program, is that light rail stations are really complex and unique structures unto themselves. They are part of an integrated transportation system. So long stretches of track mileage within vertical elements that are basically for the public to interface with. But they also mix in industry codes and standards, as well as Sound Transit's own design standards. So, for example, our trackways are designed to a NASTO standard. Our passenger rail systems for fixed guideway are based on the NFPA 130. So that complicates your conventional understanding of how to apply building codes, because some of those things interrupt how the code interprets our facilities. And based on that, we have areas and disciplines that are affected by that, specifically mechanical, egress, occupancy, and life safety. Presently, how we address those issues, we deal with one-off solutions, what we call letters of concurrence, that while are good for dealing with the issue at hand, they're not durable in terms of long-term code solutions. So if, 20 years from now, we decide that we need to modify or improve that, our successors at that time may or may not be supportive of maintaining the letter of concurrence that informed the decision in the design process to build the station as it's being presented to them at that time. And then lastly, quite frankly, we overburden our local authority having jurisdictions with respect to this direct knowledge, as well as the staffing needs that are associated with that. If you can think of a city like, say, for example, city of Fife, which is a really small city here in the Puget Sound area, or Pierce County, their building department may be all of 7 people. And here we are with a $2 billion station that we're going to drop in their backyard. just to give you a sense of scale. So our proposal at this point is, start here, to partner with SBCC to explore code-based solutions for station delivery. Taking the broad view, we deal with AHJs city by city, and it's a really ineffective way of meeting code solutions. It also creates a varying mix of solutions that don't have any grounding in consistency. So the goal is to try to find a way to make this a consistent effort across the board. And this presentation is basically a call out to invite AHJ partners to participate. So that's building departments as well as fire districts, because we have a lot of conversation that happens with respect to life safety. And even as there are times when the fire codes and building codes conflict, it's even more challenging when you're dealing with unique station developments like our own. Part of this proposal includes hiring a qualified plans examination consultant to perform a technical codes analysis, and then to draft or modify codes that are applicable for, to our stations for state level adoption. The benefit, again, a consistent uniform code application across jurisdictions. Hopefully it makes our design as well as the permitting process more legible and stable across our total regulatory environment. Our goal is also to mitigate or eliminate local one-off technical code solutions. Also create a shared pool of knowledge regarding light rail station design. And this also builds on efforts that we've done. For example, we have a submittal for updates that we just submitted yesterday for the 2024 code cycle, as well as previous iterations that we've done with Seattle and Bellevue. With this plan examination consultant, we're hopeful that having this consultant on board to do this analysis and then gain knowledge of our station design and construction will help us to then potentially partner with local AHJs to have them perform some of that service to reduce the pressure from local AHJs, especially those who are strapped for bodies to actually help us in this effort. I would hope that the plans examination consultant then possesses a high level of competence regarding light rail station design and helps ensure consistency and timely turnover of plans examination. And should the AHJs prefer or accept, allow them to have the consultant perform full plans review. And of course, the final approval will be subject to the AHJ. Why does this matter? Here's a look at our system presently. So our light rail system, 3 lines, 35 miles, 40 stations connecting Northgate to Angle Lake, Tacoma Dome to St. Joseph, South Bellevue to Redmond Technology Center, including, which is this slide doesn't show here, our newly opened Linwood Link extension. We have our Sounder commuter rail system, which is 2 lines covering 83 miles and 12 total stations. And then we have a regional bus express network consisting of 24 express routes. Our voter approved system, though, expands this to 5 lines, 116 miles, 83 stations. It extends Sounder to 14 stations covering 91 miles, and it introduces Stride Bus Rapid Transit, which is 3 lines covering 45 miles and connecting 12 cities. For reference, we have 36 active jurisdictions that we service presently and 54 total jurisdictions we deal with in the building and siting of our program. So give you a sense of what's happening just in the next several years. Graham Street is an infill station that will be opening and targeting 2031. Boeing Access Road, another one on the existing 1 line, another infill station for the same target date of 2031. West Seattle, which is a new extension going from the Soto area just south of downtown into the Alaska Junction neighborhood, 3 new stations, 4.7 miles, and eventually will connect to the eventual future Everett extension. Tacoma Dome, 4 new stations, 9.7 miles, targeting 2035 for opening. Everett, 6 new stations, 16.3 miles, and between 2037 and 2041. Ballard, another extension in Seattle, 7.1 miles, and a new tunnel connecting Ballard to the downtown area, targeting 2039. Tacoma Link, which is an extension going between the hospital district and Tacoma Hilltop area down to Tacoma Community College. There's another 3-point-mile extension and targeting a date of 2039. Lastly, South Kirkland to Issaquah, which launches a new 4-line service, 4 new stations, 11.48 miles, targeting between 2041 and 2044. And this is in addition to a number of other projects, stations, garages, sounder improvements that aren't listed here in the presentation. In the interim, though, next steps, forming a stakeholder group between Sound Transit, SBCC, and designated representatives, begin outreach to affected cities, prepare a scope and schedule for onboarding a plans examination consultant, establish our timeline and deliverables, and initial partner budget, with a goal of having a package of code prescriptions ready for the 2027 code cycle. That should be the end of my presentation. And I'm sorry if it felt rushed through, but there's also a lot of information to get through. And I wanted to make sure that there was any opportunity to answer questions. I can make myself available. But thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kim. Any council members have any questions? Jay, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Kim. And you kind of breezed at this at the end, but I just wanted to confirm a couple of things. One is the goal is to have these standards and new model code for the 2027 cycle, not the cycle that we're in right now.
That is correct.
And secondly, what do you see? I see a lot of different potential stakeholders with cities and others that have stations coming, including my own. But what do you see as SBCC involvement in the next couple of years as you're looking at this proposal?
Well, one of the reasons that this fell flat, just to give you context here, one of the reasons why it fell flat with respect to WABO, which was my first audience, was that they wanted to be neutral in this conversation, even as they were supportive as an organization. SBCC, on the other hand, offered the opportunity to help, I guess, facilitate a conversation with us and our jurisdictional partners, bring them all into the same space and begin having a conversation as to how our program affects them, each of these AHJs locally, helping cities like yours get up to speed on what the process has been and helping to share experiences from cities like Bellevue, Seattle, and cities along the north and south stretches of our existing system, and helping to provide that sort of, I guess, regulatory insight as to what they've experienced directly, and then helping to bring that into the conversation. So things that we might miss regarding what code compliance looks like on our side and what it is I deal with and highlight may be balanced by conversations that those cities are having as well and saying, hey, you know, if you guys were to do this, this may help the conversation as well. And just basically facilitate a conversation that helps elevate everyone's understanding of what these stations and what the process looks like overall.
Great. Kind of sounds like an ad hoc tag process that we.
Yes. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it. Yes.
Okay. Katie?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Did you like model this after in other regions? I know some regions are ahead of us in terms of their planning. Is this what other transit areas have done, or?
You know, I reached out to some of our partner agencies or sister agencies like LA Metro and others. What you'll find is that different regions, different locales have varying degrees of authority and or autonomy to move about their program. So I haven't found an analog to ours in terms of the diverse mix of jurisdictions and then the sort of, I guess, representation that looks like, with a similar level of control and or power. So in other words, us as a regional transit authority, we're an authority without jurisdiction, right? And so we are at the mercy of local jurisdictions. And I find that that mix doesn't quite translate one-to-one anywhere amongst the partners that I've spoken to date. Does that answer your question, Katie?
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Shell?
Yeah, I wanted to hear from Dustin, if you heard the presentation and you offered assistance, what you were thinking that we could do.
So it was my view that if we're trying to work with Sound Transit to make a more consistent process across the state, that we would potentially make modifications within our international building code. And in addition to what we already have on the books for our passenger rail systems. He mentioned NFPA 130. There's been lots of talk about the update to that document in this code cycle. And so if there's something that can be added into our code that facilitates an easier production for Sound Transit and other local jurisdictions that they're working with, I see it as a benefit to bring them to the table a little earlier and start potentially working with the 2027 code in our targets.
Okay. Todd?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. This is really intriguing. I think it is an appropriate pathway. So thank you for raising it. Obviously, if we were Oregon, we could put a state level official and they could relieve the jurisdictions of that type of review. And in Washington, where we do have to take the statewide approach and adopt and have the ability to adopt locally, it does feel a little bit like we are doing appendices or something that might be up for adoption. My question would be to everyone is it strictly in the building code process, the rulemaking process, or should there be other national level standards, development that we look at and try to pull in, because it's obviously good. It is focused on the building life safety codes, but it also is going to pull in transportation and so forth. So I'd just like to know more, it's not my area of knowledge, if there's other ANSI or other type standard processes that could be coupled with this to inform it. And beyond that, how are we going to pull in other regional metro, type bodies such as in Spokane and so forth, that maybe we're not looking at light rail, but bus rapid transit and so forth. And the very deep integration that, say in Spokane here, we're doing already, and I know it happens on the west side too, with our development codes and then other, planning processes. So I think, it means that obviously you deal in a very complex world and we're only focused on one area. But I think that roadmap to the building council.
Well, I think, Todd, I will answer that. I do think that there will be some branching off into other model codes or perhaps industry-specific codes that will be affected by this conversation. But in part, the reason I want to bring a consultant in the first place to evaluate our program is to get as solid a picture as possible as to what it is we are being tasked with, so that we're being careful about what kind of prescriptions we would then offer as a result. And I'm very sensitive to other regional transit authorities like Spokane, because I don't want to do something that might be precedent setting, especially if they don't have an opportunity to opine on what it is our prescriptions might discreetly impact. So I want to be very careful about what kind of solutions get surfaced through a BRT program. And because while there may be synergies there, I don't want to run the risk of doing something that might wreck their program in some inconceivable way, or at least unexpected way.
Okay. Ben?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I think it's definitely something that has a lot of value. And my experience has been that there are definitely difficulties designing some of these stations and having them fit within the parameters that the codes provide. I was going to make a similar comment to Todd regarding bus and other regional transit authorities. So thank you for answering that. And yeah, I think there's a lot of, once you start getting into that path, there can be a lot of complexities and other factors to take in. I know Sound Transit also develops parking structures and other things. I'm assuming this would likely be part of this purview.
Yes, but so when I look at stations and I look at stations, I think discreetly what is critical to station and station operations. So that is the stations themselves, and then ancillary structures like traction power substations, signal houses, or signal bungalows, which are part of the operational component of that system, right? So case in point, we struggle with a defined occupancy with L&I over what a traction power substation should qualify as. And every so often I see this mixed conversation about what occupancy should be attached. And that of course directly affects how the code applies as a result of that occupancy and use. That said, a garage as a more conventional matter may not be as pertinent to that conversation. And for example, we have in our design criteria, we have a formula that divvies out what the parking mix should look like. And that oftentimes conflicts with local zoning and land use codes. Well, I don't expect a state level conversation for something that really is a hyper local issue, right? And I expect that we still will struggle with our AHJs to figure out what is the right balance of parking mix between the different types of vehicles, whether it be electric vehicles, conventional combustion vehicles, and motorcycles, say, for example. So for the purposes of this conversation, I'm looking to frame it within the context of what the station environment looks like and what's directly supportive of operating that system.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, you just actually kind of touched on what I was thinking as you were talking. You know, is there going to be a similar effort for land use issues? You know, I'm all for uniformity, you know, certainly simplify.
I personally would love that conversation. I don't know how probable it is. And I struggle with that. And I've considered whether or not to reach out to APA, for example, the local chapter here, to see what kind of conversations they could offer to establish with us. But again, land use and zoning codes are really a hyper local conversation. And, you know, you have to consider what those cities look at with respect to how they organize their uses, what kind of things they're looking to protect or aesthetically looking to present, and that height limits, restrictions, and the like. So it becomes a really complex conversation. And unlike what you're dealing with standard conventional technical codes, you know, that there's at least a frame of reference that everyone can then work around in terms of what the code presents. And you may have various pivots, although you're looking largely to maintain a consistent standard. So I've been trying to figure out how to bridge that conversation, if I'm being frank, but I have not quite found that, I guess, silver bullet. Maybe that's an unrealistic expectation or outcome, but I'm looking for something that helps me bridge that conversation in a way that cities can get on with.
Okay. Senator Wilson.
Thank you. First, could we remove the shared screen so that?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Let me do that right now.
Great, thank you. I guess I just have some concerns, high level here. I am a big proponent of local control, and as we know, every jurisdiction is not like Seattle. And in fact, in most of the jurisdictions in Washington, we are not like Seattle. Absolutely. So, and I've been on the transportation committee years, and although I'm not on it now, but we do know that Sound Transit, it has many cost overruns and the projects are all behind. So I get kind of concerned about that, because when you look at my area, which is in Clark County, C-Tran has no debt and doing very well. They're very fiscally responsible. And the other part of this is that we do have an interstate bridge that is going through the process, going to be built. We have Oregon's transit metro coming over likely within this project. So I need to be, and this project is already increased in costs because it takes a long time, but there's a lot of stuff being done in this and incorporated in this. So my concern is I don't want C-Tran to have to start complying with rules that Seattle has or vicinity. And then we wind up in more cost controls and all that because of certain requirements that Seattle has to do that we're doing fine with. Plus, there's also, we spoke of land use. We do have our comprehensive plans that are currently Clark County is going through. And so, we have to think about what has to be included in that as we continue to build and land use and all that. So I'm a little hesitant and I'll have to learn more here to find out whether this is a good thing for all of Washington, the way that you're bringing it forward. So I'd have to consider that.
No, and I appreciate your comments, Senator. I am, again, I'm very sensitive to setting something up that might impact people in unintentional or unexpected ways. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your candor on that. And while there's certainly a lot of issues that you can highlight with respect to how our program is running, I'll leave that for the experts to weigh in on. I don't get into those kinds of conversations because I wouldn't know what I'm talking about, and I certainly don't want to have egg on my face relative to that. That said, the goal of this anyway is to find a way to then surface codes at the state level that can then be adopted and adapted at the local level to satisfy or suit their needs. One is a matter of cost containment. The other is a matter of timeliness and consistency. When we get into what the schedule overruns, for example, are, a lot of times it has to do with the permitting process and the way that the codes are set up to accommodate our program in the first place. And so we get into a lot of conversation as to what should apply, or we go through a lot of alternative means and methods processes to try to surface solutions. And all that has the impact of backing up the project as opposed to having a shared knowledge and understanding. So I'm hopeful that that consistency then generates more efficiency and helps it to make it save some nickels somewhere. Can't say that it'll save us billions, but if we can get away with saving some money just because we are having a better, more streamlined and efficient process, I'll take that as a win. And that's what this is ultimately meant to help do as well.
Thank you.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. So for a follow-up, and I think the senator raises a couple of interesting points there. I won't touch local control, but I will in a different direction that, obviously the state legislature has considered and is considering multiple TOD type preemptions. Do you anticipate then, from bringing it back to a technical building code level, that some of these mixed use typologies that might include housing would have to be included in these type of special codes? And again, I think the codes, the way I'm hearing it, it sounds like these might be proposed as appendices that could be adopted at the local, opted in at the local level, but say there are these preemptions. We saw standalone stations when we see mixed use.
Well, you might recall in the SD3 program, part of the requirements for delivering that program is supporting mixed use TOD, specifically what we call transit. We have on-site transit TOD, and then we have off-site transit TOD. And so we certainly designed our stations to accommodate for future TOD that is directly agency supported. So we'll surplus portions of our property for specifically that purpose. You'll find examples of that in Shoreline, as well as in the city of Redmond going currently. I don't anticipate that TOD would be caught up in this conversation regarding how codes are then surfaced. I think if there are opportunities to help make that a more streamlined process, especially, for example, if we have tunnel stations that we're stacking development on top of, and there may be some interplay going on there that we would have to acknowledge maybe an impact to a tunnel station design. I think there's an opportunity to evaluate that based on what is occurring and whether or not it makes sense to. But ultimately, I don't see us going in that direction unless the analysis prompts a discussion, and then we take it there as we understand what the data tells us.
Seeing no other hands up, Kim, thank you for a very thorough presentation. I would suggest that you start compiling a list of hurdles and roadblocks that you're running into with code-specific items.
Yes.
Like the bulk of what you're dealing with is zoning and transportation issues outside of the purview of this council. But and also encourage you to participate in the building code tag process, where you might be able to have some influence or make suggestions.
Sure.
So,
sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 7, Adult Family Home Council petition. Staff want a brief on that?
Yes, we've had some discussions with the Adult Family Home Council about some hurdles that they're experiencing in the administration of R330 in the International Residence Kill Code. And they are experiencing local jurisdictions considering the creation of an adult family home in an existing IRC dwelling to be a change of use. And they're experiencing added delays in the creation and inspections that are required by their RCW for creation of the adult family homes there. And so we had a opinion that came through our committees last week as well. It's related to this, but this particular petition addresses section 330 to essentially the language they have proposed is to remove the term adult family home in there, but the desire is to clarify when a change of use, if change of use applies to an adult family home in our residential code. So I took down the screen share, so give me 1 second, I'll pop it up here for the petition. All right. Okay, hold on. So I'm running multiple screens here in the room, so give me 1 second to get my screen share right so that everybody here can see it. Okay, we should be seeing the petition document here. This is from John Ficker of the Adult Family Home Council. They want to amend section 330. The proposed changes to 330.1 general and 330.7, the fire apparatus access roads and water supply for fire protection. I have a proposed language document that I'll bring up here in just a second. This is needed to clarify that a building inspection does not equate to the home being licensed as an adult family home, and to align with the legislative intent of RCW 70.128. And R330.7 is duplicative of that RCW and is not needed. Let me bring up the proposed document here showing the language changes. In section 330.1, they want to remove newly constructed and all existing single-family homes being converted to adult family homes. And with the addition of a sentence, application for an adult family home does not constitute a change in use. And then they have the other section for fire apparatus roads. Adult family homes shall be served by fire apparatus access roads and water supplies, meeting the requirements of the local jurisdiction. There wasn't a whole lot of discussion between the folks meeting on this particular language coming through. It was submitted out to everybody that was talking in the group, and everybody blessed the petition here. But I think that the language needs a little bit more work before we could work on it. But with the new rules with the bill 6291, we can't act on this petition here today. This is just a purpose to introduce it to the council, and we would look for some action on this at our next council meeting.
Okay. So is that our next steps, to put it on the agenda for next month and,
right,
and solicit public comment? Okay. Tom?
Yeah, did you say there was going to be more changes to this?
I think there should be some work on the language presented here on that one. So we were on another note, we were looking at how these petitions work. So one, we can't act on today. If we refer this back down to the tags, they would potentially wordsmith some changes to this proposal here, and then submit that for the council for approval down the road. Got one more person.
Jay?
Yes, as we look at this further, I'm wondering if we also could have some legal analysis on whether the State Building Code Council has the authority to determine whether something is a change of use. In local government, a change of use could impact a number of things, including parking fees and impact requirements. And while looking at this particular issue, I can get where an adult family home shouldn't be treated as a change of use. My question is, are we the ones that can make that call? And I'd like some confirmation when we get to considering this next month and in the future. Thanks.
You have your hand still up?
Yeah, along that same line, if you could scroll back up to that change of use area. To me, I read that as just meaning that merely submitting an application doesn't change the use. However, if that application was approved and that went forward, then perhaps the change of use would take place at that time. Is that
so
correct, or what?
in,
How does that?
in the opinion that we're going to be discussing here in a little bit, it kind of touches on that as well. So adult family homes are included in the scoping of the IRC. You don't need to use any of the exceptions that allow some care facilities and things like that to be placed in the IRC when they would typically be in the International Building Code realm of code enforcement. So it was the opinion of the group working on the opinion last week that changing a existing single family residence to include the components of an adult family home doesn't constitute a change of use because it's still within the IRC, and there are special provisions that are required for adult family homes to comply with to meet the licensing requirement. And there's a special section on that. So the big hurdle that I think they're finding is the fire apparatus and access roads and potential water supplies there. We have some other RCW that says that none of our codes shall impact the roads required by local jurisdictions. And all of, when I was in the realm of regulating our local code, the water supplies for fire use and the roads were all regulated outside of the building department by local ordinance. And so that's where all that regulation should apply. So that doesn't mean that a local jurisdiction can't require that, but that the building code shouldn't necessarily require for the residential code. Did I hit it on the head? Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
I think it got a little muddier.
Yes.
Because then crossing out that next edit, or crossing out the area that says that subject to local control, then that kind of contradicts that.
I agree with that one. So with this particular one, I think that this should apply to all adult family homes, existing or newly constructed. Their intent here to add the word applications. They want to make it clear that the regulation of adult family homes is regulated by the Department of Social and Human Services. But we still have the requirements in the building code or in the residential code for, grab bars and egress and things like that in a special section. And I don't think that what we have here in front of us is viable code language that keeps those requirements, but also makes it clear that it applies to adult family homes across the board.
Okay, Chell?
Yeah, I had a question about this. I had a question about this section as well, which is, it doesn't constitute a change of use, presumably from some use, but it might constitute a change of use from other uses. I mean, saying a blanket statement saying that it is not a change of use implies that we already know the use of the building. That was a question I had. Does anybody else see an issue there? If obviously a single family home turned into this is, not a change of use, but are there other things that would be a change of use?
Yes, there would. So if you had a you know, some sort of a commercial structure that they were changing into an adult family home, yes, change of use, but the intent here is, the key word is the application on that. They want to say that application for an adult family home does not necessarily create the adult family home yet, because they don't have a license yet if they're only making the application. And this inspection that would be required by DSHS that goes along with the application still doesn't create the adult family home. They need to get the inspection, make the application, and then they get the license, and then the adult family home is created. And so I think the particular language that you have here in front of you is confusing to me as far as what local jurisdictions in the building profession are going to read and interpret on this. And so I think that some different code language is needed to catch the intent here. And I do have Larry here as well, who would like to speak on this one. And I have a comments from John Ficker. He was planning to be here, but he had a conflict, and so he submitted some written comments that I'm prepared to read as well.
Okay, Larry, go ahead, and then Dan.
I think it's important that people of this elderly and some of them aren't old either. Some of them are younger people that's been in an accident that goes into these homes. And it's important to be in the area that they did live in. Because I've seen numerous amount of these homes around. And the families live in these areas. And to require a different change of use brings up a whole can of worms. It's not necessary, I don't believe. Because what you're trying to do is transition this individual to where he's on his way out, you know, or her. And to be in the same area, a lot of these people, they're not locked into these homes. They walk around in the neighborhoods and they want to feel like they belong to the neighborhood because they've already belonged. A lot of them like to be in the neighborhood that they came from. Okay. And so, and it's comfortable for them to be in these neighborhoods because that's where they've lived all these years. And to restrict them from this is, I think is wrong for the people. I think it's wrong to put people in facilities instead of bringing them where they feel comfortable. And then the other thing that I see in here is a lot of the people in Eastern Washington, they don't live in cities, okay? A lot of these homes are out in the country, okay? Because that's where the people came from. They're out in the countries, they were on the farms, they got dementia or something, and they want to be close to where they were, okay? And their familiarity to where they were. It helps the patient to be familiar or from where they are. And the thing that I see in this restrictions in here is the water usage. I mean, so if you're on a 5-acre plot or a 10-acre plot, and you have a well, does that allow for the water that they need? I mean, is there other ways to ensure the fire prevention? Because every one of these that I know have an egress window out of their room that they stay. And that egress is trained, the people are trained to get them out of those facilities. So, I mean, does that mean you're gonna have a fire hydrant? And how many thousand gallons of storage? Because then the cost becomes so prohibitive. I mean, that's, and I don't think you should put that on these people, okay? I really think that, you know, you need to have a safe environment, but does that mean that you gotta spend a couple $100,000 on fire protection to make this happen, to have enough water there so the fire could fight that fire? How many family homes or group homes have been in a fire, okay? That's another thing to look at. You want them safe, but when you're out away from facilities, you just don't have that kind of water storage. That's my comment. Thanks.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, he brought up a couple of points on the fire that I think need to be discussed, but my confusion with the languages you have up here, it says application for adult family home does not constitute a change in use. And I thought we were discussing that it was already there, but it just seems to me that we need to work on that language, because that can imply that once the application is done, there is a change of use. You see, so I think there's some confusion in that, the way it's written. And it needs a lot of discussion, I think, to make sure we get this right, because, yeah, an application doesn't do anything. It starts the process, right? And I thought the way we had discussed last week, or this week, it's already listed in there that it is basically an R3. So I'm just confused by the language, and I think it needs to be discussed more.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. I think we're going to send this back to the tag to further wordsmith it. Representative Schmidt, you had a comment?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to be let in as a panelist. I couldn't figure out how to do that. So excuse me for that. I've been listening since 11, but I couldn't figure out how to get on. So thank you.
Maybe staff could correct that or send you a new link.
I think it's fixed now. I just got the link. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Dustin, do we have a tag meeting scheduled between now and our next council meeting?
We do.
Okay. So I would encourage the proponent to be there as well, to further go through this issue.
From the Sulani Medicine.
I'm sorry?
Have somebody else in the room would wish to comment on
go ahead, please.
Sulani Medicine.
Well, it's just struck me that the last time that I actually was asked to come and testify to the Building Code Council was actually on the issue of residential fire sprinkler systems, because there was a proposal to adopt that as a requirement. And I've been on the fire department for 34 years, so I respond to fires. And they're obviously fire sprinkler systems are very effective, but the American Institute of Architects and Washington AIA Council sent me to testify because our position was representing architects from around the state that not every place has the water resources, that's actually a practical solution. And I would just suggest that as the tag considers this, that sometimes something that's a really good idea can't be implemented everywhere. And that the putting it in place as a requirement instead of a really good idea can have unintended consequences, like driving people out of their neighborhoods and their communities.
Okay, thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, I have the letter from the petitioner I'd like to read out loud real quick.
Yes, please do.
All right, this is from John Ficker. I'm writing in support of the petition we submitted to the SBCC. We at the council are routinely involved in conversation with municipalities all over Washington about the rights and development of adult family homes. A common conversation with these jurisdictions is about additional requirements being applied to a home requesting a building inspection relevant to this WAC section. This inspection is required for a family to apply to become an adult family home. This inspection is only a part of the request to be licensed as an adult family home. These additional requirements often assume the property is already operating as an adult family home. Further, we believe this change is needed to ensure adherence to the legislative and judicial recognition of the residential nature of adult family homes. As adult family homes provide housing and care to elderly and disabled adults, ordinances and policies that create additional barriers to development of an adult family home may be considered discriminatory against individuals with disabilities in violation of RCW 49.60.224. DSHS estimates a quadrupling of the 85+ population over the next several years. Adult family homes are a critical part of the long-term care system and the only growing sector. Even with the growth of these resources, there is still a need for additional caregivers and housing to meet the coming demand. We hope to work with the SBCC to eliminate barriers and reduce confusion as we support our members in meeting the needs of this vulnerable population. and he is happy to make himself available for further discussion. And I see he's been pretty available at the groups that we've been talking about this at. And so if we're entertaining this at tag meetings, I'm sure he would be in attendance as well.
All right, fantastic. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, item number 8, Group 1 proposals for 2024 codes.
All right, so we have our Group 1 code change proposals that we were, the submission period closed last night. And we have the IBC/IBBC, the IFC, and the IMC/IFGC codes here. The commercial energy code submission period is not open yet due to the delay in the model code coming out. And so we're looking to get that submission period open here, I think, next council meeting. Krista, is that correct? Did I speak correctly on that one?
We'd have to finish our review of the 2024 IECC changes, but we hope to have that done prior to the next meeting.
Okay.
Could you adjust the share?
Oh, yes, I can adjust the share. So I will share our
I
group.
got a question.
Larry?
Is that review being done by the staff?
It's being done by the tag for the energy code.
But we haven't met yet.
Krista, what's the story with our review of those existing changes and post?
Larry, you should have received an email earlier this week stating that we have a meeting scheduled on the 27th, and we're just waiting for staff to put together the official meeting and send out that invitation. So that should go out Monday morning.
Okay, so then we're gonna start meeting on on these issues. We haven't had any issues. I mean, we don't have any issues, right? I mean, we're still trying to learn the code.
What
So
we're
this-
looking at is the changes from the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code that are coming into our Washington State Energy Code. And then that would be the basis for any code changes that would be submitted starting probably in November.
Larry, does that clear up things for you?
I heard Dustin said that it was closed today. And so I'm gathering it's closed for any changes that we might have wanted to do on the 2021 code. Most of us are having a huge learning curve right now. And it's a really bad time to have a learning curve in the peak part of the season. Okay. And so this is really a bad thing, to be honest with you. There's so much confusion.
It's just the 4 codes that he had outlined. It's not the IECC commercial at this point in time.
But
Chair, if I may, I'm in the room with Larry here. We've completed the other codes, the IBC, the IM, so.
But this doesn't have anything to do with the residential energy code, does it? Not yet.
So this morning we were talking about the 2021 versus what we're working on is the 2024 code cycle. The 2024 version of the Washington State Energy Code commercial provisions is delayed because the ICC version of their code was delayed as well. The 2021 codes have been adopted. They went into effect in March. If you have errata items, we can take those and potentially consider an errata cycle. But right now, the 2021 codes are not on the table.
And Chair, maybe it helped just to repeat the codes we're considering today.
Yes.
Without the acronyms.
Yeah, so we're looking at our Group 1 codes, which right now consist of the International Building Code, the International Existing Building Code, the International Fire Code, and the International Mechanical Code, and the International Fuel and Gas Code. So we had a submission period that was open for 90 days, that just closed here last night.
And I presume that of the 5 codes, we didn't get any last minute submissions.
Yeah, so we worked hard to get all these up on the website this morning, so they were coming in. We're trying to make daily updates to these. Staff is down to essentially 3 people working on the codes, and we've had some sickness this week as well, so we've had a hard time keeping up with the volume this week. And so currently, if you go to our code proposals documents online, we have all the stuff that was received all the way through till about 5 o'clock last night. And not all those are officially accepted yet, but we're working through those here today. And as we get through this one, the hope is that the council will make a motion to refer any accepted proposals back down to the tags to begin work in the coming weeks.
Okay, so do you want to go over each of these individually then?
I'm struggling with the screen share. I keep telling it to share and it's not wanting to pop up the screen. So let's see if I can try this one more time.
What I'm seeing is Group 1 code change proposals 2024 IMC IFGC.
So I'm going to start with the building code and International Existing Building Code. These are grouped together because they are contained within the same WAC 51-50. And so we have a running total of 58 proposals in here. As we run through, some of these are proposals that were developed by TAG members, and then we have a slew of them that are prepared by the public and running through here. So the ones that you see, the green bar here on the right-hand side, we have accepted, and we're working on getting responses sent out to those proponents. And the ones down with the blank bar in here are the ones that came in yesterday through the end of the evening, and we potentially have some on this as well. And similar situations for the rest of these. If I get into the International Fire Code, I have some of these red bars in here. We've got some duplicates and stuff. I'm working with the proponents to make sure we have the proposals accurate. For the fire code, I have a total of 43 proposals coming through. Some of these affect multiple codes. The ones that are just for the fire code, we have the pink branding. Multiple codes proposals don't have a color code on them, but they are included on both spreadsheets. And then for the International Fuel Gas Code or Mechanical Code and Fuel Gas Code, I have those broken out here, and I don't have numbering on the left-hand column here, but it looks like 20 to 25 proposals for those codes there. And if you want, we can look at specific proposals, but I didn't envision that as part of the process here today. I just envisioned a presentation of what we have on the books and a motion to move those back down to the tags.
So I guess my belief that we wouldn't get things at the last minute wasn't quite true. Krista was correct that we did get flooded for ours. So I presume then that we still need to read and respond to these at the staff level before it goes to the tag. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my hope to get to this. So we have all of them that came in. There might be a couple stragglers in the inbox here that came in late in the evening yesterday. So it'd be my hope to get those onto the spreadsheets and posted today, and to get official responses out to everybody here by Monday. We have a fire tag meeting scheduled this Tuesday coming up, and the hope is to start work on these and get a plan in place for how we're addressing all these and move forward.
Okay. Any comments on this, Todd?
So do our rules dictate then, the process for the council to send these to the tag? I mean, and I asked that for a couple of reasons. My understanding was the way it's written, the committees send them to the tags, but we obviously have the authority or the, you know, as the council to send them straight. And then if so, is there anything preventing us if it's not, as long as it's received by a certain timestamp? It doesn't have to be accepted yet by the.
Correct. So yes, there's no official mechanism for the council to direct it down, but we do have the power to do that. To, you know, avoid excess meetings there. As far as if we get them by a certain timestamp, the intention is to fully accept those, pending stuff that we might need to reject. And then we have talked about at the tag meetings at length. We have a 7-day window kind of grace period. So if something gets rejected today after the cutoff, we'll still have that window that will allow that proposal to come back in with any additional information that's requested.
Do we need a motion to?
Yes, as part of that, I have some notes here from our tag groups. So I had a question that what are the tags allowed to do with the proposals? Talking with staff, Krista, about what's historically been done and what the new regulations from 6291 require us to do. There is, I guess, the tags are allowed to modify the language in proposals. And they don't necessarily need the approval of the proponent to modify the language to move it forward to the committees and then to the council. Historically, there have been a few instances where the proponent does not agree with the changes made by that body and they have withdrawn the proposal. So that is the only real mechanism for the proponent, if they don't like the modifications made, to hold it up at that point. And so if they withdraw the proposal, it's withdrawn, we won't move that one forward. The next question I have is, does tag disapproval of a proposal kill said proposal? So if they don't recommend approval to the committee or the committee doesn't recommend approval to the council, is the proposal then dead? I reached out to our legal team and got the interpretation that there's a difference in the new wording of the bill 6291 proposal versus petition. So if a petition is received and entertained by the council and that is not approved by the tag to go forward, then it doesn't get to be heard by the full council. Not so with the proposals, two different items. And I have just another general one. Where does the document writing actually occur? With the answers to the two previous questions, I believe that that's kind of clear that the writing can happen at the tag level, the committee level, and the council level. And so with that, the motion I was hoping that the council would make is to refer the accepted proposals to the tags for work and for, I guess, work to approve and draft the appropriate code language for approval to the committees. And I don't think there needs to be any clarifications on what the tags are or are not allowed to do with these works.
Okay, before we do that, before I recognize Ben, just to be clear, we are reviewing these proposals for completeness before moving them to the tag, correct?
Correct. So anything that doesn't have a green bar on our spreadsheet here on the to the right of the log numbers there, still needs a review for completeness. If they're deemed incomplete, we'll be reaching out to the proponent and they'll have a grace period to get that back to us after that. And so yes, we're not just rejecting incomplete proposals, we're asking for additional information before they're officially.
Perfect. Okay. Ben?
Thank you. And as you can see, I submitted several code change proposals yesterday to basically reflect some of the tag conversation that we had in the MVP tag. and several items that were noted during that process to open up for code change proposals. So that's what's being reflected with some of those items. So hopeful that staff can review those and we can move those forward to refer them to the tags for refinement and final recommendation. Yeah, I think that's it. And I'll let Chell go, but happy to entertain a motion as Dustin outlined.
Chell?
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion.
Go for it.
Motion to move proposals to the appropriate tag for review, subject to completeness review by staff and some possible updates by proponents if the staff has completeness questions about it.
Second.
Second. Okay. So motion and a second. Any further discussion? I've seen a Candy hand up. Ken, go ahead. Ken, go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to just get some clarifications. So the fire code tag was asked to submit some code change proposals representing the fire code tag. Are those individuals responsible and have the power then to redraw or withdraw those? Because if it's the proponent, that's what I was confused about, is that if I'm the main proponent of my code change proposals, I don't have a problem with withdrawing it. But when I'm representing the entire fire code tag and I was asked or volunteered to represent it and present it, is it just that me as the individual put my name on it only has the authority, or can the tag as a whole just decide, no, we need to withdraw that? I hopefully, Dustin, you understand that question.
The question, it's something I hadn't considered, that the drafter of a tag proposal would want to withdraw it on a personal basis. It would be my hope that the tag would vote as a whole to withdraw a proposal instead of one person moving that one.
That makes sense to me too. All right, thank you.
Todd?
On that question, is there anything that prevents the tag from being the proponent?
We have several proposals that are from the tag, and they have the drafter as a contact, but they should have the tag as the proponent on there. I do believe.
Okay, and follow-up question there, and also for transparency that I've shared in the tag. I submitted a proposal in my private capacity. I will of course recuse myself and will follow proper rules there, but I am not the proponent.
The organization,
and I'm just wondering if that might be appropriate to go through the list and make sure that's represented properly, that maybe the tags are the proponents. They obviously have a designated contact person, which would be Ben in that case, and same on the private.
are you saying for what we're presenting to the public, like on the spreadsheets, add like a column that says it's a tag proposal versus a private sector proposal?
And I'm just throwing it, in this case, maybe Ben is not the proponent, maybe the tag is the proponent. Ben is obviously the designated contact person.
Okay, I think we can change that, set the contact person use the proponent identifier.
Okay, and then just to be clear on that other one, as an example, I'm listed as a proponent, but technically I'm representing an organization.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. That brings us to item 9, committee reports. Let's go ahead and take a 14-minute break. It's 11:46 and resume at noon. Okay. I'm going to leave my video off because while I was able to cook my lunch during that break, I didn't finish eating it. Let's go ahead and do a quick roll call, make sure we have a quorum.
Bill Anderson,
Jill, are you
Bill
back?
An- I'll come back to Chell. Jay Arnold,
Here.
you, Todd Bayrether, here, Justin Borgo. Damon Doyle.
Here.
Follow me, but. Tom Handy.
Here.
Thank you. Angela Hopt is not with us today. Here with us today, Matthew Hepner. Not with us today. Craig Holt.
Not an iPhone, I don't know it.
Not with us. Ty Menser.
Here.
Thank you. Ben Amura.
Here.
Thank you. Pete Reekey. Come back to Pete.
I'm here. Just slow.
I'm here.
Dan Young.
Here.
Thank you. Back to Chell Anderson.
I'm here.
Thank you. And once again, Justin Borgo.
Here, better late than never.
Thank you. We have the quorum that we had prior to the break.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's move on to committee reports. We'll start with the MVPE committee report. Jay, I believe that's you.
Yes, the MVPE committee considered several opinions, several of which we approved, and one of which we wanted to bring before the full council today.
Then you had the commenter from earlier in the meeting that wanted to speak on item 9. Is it on one of our draft opinions or not sure? Could you raise your hand?
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Lisa Roseno with Evergreen Technology Consulting. We provide tech support for the commercial provisions of the Washington State Energy Code, and we had some comments regarding the proposed opinion for one of the inquiries that was addressed during the meeting was the one regarding a change in occupancy.
Okay, was that part of your report, Jay?
Is this for the adult family homes or something that's in the MVPE?
It's in the Washington State Energy Code.
That's not on today's agenda.
It is on today's agenda. It's September 02, I believe.
Gotcha, I apologize.
So Krista, for the opinions, can I let you share those and discuss them?
Sure. Okay, so there were two draft opinions that the committee chose to send forward to the full council for consideration. The first one is, I think this is City of Bellevue, on converting what are currently sleeping rooms to dwelling units and how they fall within the code. So if an existing Group R1 hotel is adding kitchen facilities to their sleeping rooms to create condos or just dwelling units, this involves a change of use from Group R1 to Group R2. Does WSEC Section C505.3 Item 2 require this building to be brought up to full compliance with the WSEC? Is it sufficient if they can prove that the new building does not use any more energy than the original building? And the answer coming out of the committee was no, the whole building would not need to be brought into full code compliance. The intent is to make sure any dissimilar occupancy meets the requirements of the new occupancy group. The conversion from any group R1 sleeping units to group R2 dwelling units would be required to meet the provisions of section C503.3 or C505.3 item 2. Any alteration of the space would be required to meet the specific specifications of section C503 in addition to the requirements in the International Building Code, the International Fire Code, and or the International Existing Building Code. And there's a second question on that. If an existing group B building is converted to a group R1 with only sleeping units but no dwelling units, what are the energy code requirements? This scenario does not appear to be addressed in section C505.3. And answer 2 is no, the conversion would not fall under item 2 of section C505.3 and would not require full compliance with the code. Question 3, if an existing group R1 hotel is converted to group R2 dwelling units and now meets the definition of a residential building per the Washington State Energy Code, does that require full compliance with the residential provisions of the WSEC now that this has changed from the commercial to the residential code? Is it sufficient if they can prove that the new design does not use any more energy than the original building, or that it is, or is that only if the total building performance method is used from R405? And the answer is full compliance with either the commercial or residential provisions of the WSEC would be required as appropriate. See answer 1.
Okay, any comments on this response before we take a vote on it? Tom?
This one is pretty minor, but in question 2, the answer, it doesn't seem like the question's a yes or no question. Seems like it's a correct or incorrect question. So, when the answer is just no, and then the explanation for why not, it just doesn't seem to be relevant to the question.
The question is, what are the energy code requirements?
Right.
Oh.
So maybe it's answered, but the wording is a little awkward.
Krista, do you have any feedback on that?
Well, the council can either reword the question or we can just remove the no.
Removing the no makes sense to me.
Does it matter? It says full requirements with the code. It's asking which code.
True.
What code are we talking about?
Well, the question is on the commercial energy code. So the full compliance with the commercial energy code. We can add that as a clarification if you'd like.
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to make a public statement about this is that we are concerned about these answers, just as phrased. They're generally correct. However, as written, we're concerned that the information might create confusion for AHJs and design professionals. The requirements regarding these particular topics, they've been in effect for several code cycles. I look back as far as 2006, and so that part hasn't changed. The one detail that is new-ish is that RCW 19.27A.270 that went into effect January 1st. It essentially enhances what was in the energy code before, but the requirement has been quite clear that if a hotel room or group R1 space, if it is converted into a dwelling unit, or really any commercial space, if it's converted into a dwelling unit, only that the space that has undergone the conversion needs to be brought up to full compliance with the current code. Any unaltered areas of the existing building is not required to be brought up to full compliance. And then also, we were a little concerned about the response to question number 1 because it only points to 3 of the other codes that would go into effect, when the reality is all of the codes would be applicable for an alteration. So I think most folks would understand that, but the omission of like the mechanical code, electrical code, and all that might cause some confusion. And so that was one of our concerns. The other concern too is in questions number 1 and number 3. In both of them, they ask, would it be okay if the design does not use any more energy than the original building? And there may be benefit to make a comment about that specifically, indicating that the only avenue for that would be if it qualifies as a historic building, or like per the residential code, question 3 specifically addresses just the residential code. They're not talking about commercial. It does say there that under section C501.6, that the code official can modify specific requirements of the code for a historic residential space that will result in a reasonable degree of energy efficiency. But again, this is all language that's quite clear in the energy code. It's been there a long time, and we're concerned that these responses might muddy the water a little bit. Thanks for the opportunity to share that.
Lisa, there was a change to the other applicable codes at the bottom of answer 1. I guess, what other specific changes in the answers are you suggesting? Just want to making sure we want to have your input captured in the draft responses.
Sure. I put something together via email. I was going to send it in as a public comment, and I apologize, I didn't get it in time. I could send it right now if Krista wants to look at it, or it could be presented in another time.
Go ahead and send it.
Okay.
Sorry, I was responding, but didn't realize I was still muted. Shell, did you have something else to add before I call on Eric?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we had captured Lisa's input.
That's what I
was very concerned.
That's what I said while I was muted. So, okay. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is Eric Vandermeer. Just provide a little context for the council. As mentioned, we have had longstanding provisions on conversion of spaces to Group R. My research showed that 1991 Washington State Energy Code was the first code cycle where a commercial space, if it was converted to Group R space, had to be brought in full compliance with the code. And as Lisa mentioned, that's been treated as full compliance of the code. In the 2012 version of the code, it was actually modified slightly, that language, to only include conversion to Group R dwelling units. So I agree with the answer to item. Yes, so there is conversion required when we do that. So yeah, sorry, I'm now looking at what's on the screen. So anyways, if there's any questions, I guess, on this, I think, yeah, it is very important that we get this right. There is definitely concessions that AHJs make on what it means to full conversion, but this has been a pretty substantial trigger in the past. And like we talked about a week ago, there's likely need for pretty significant revisions to these rules. These rules are different than the model code in either the IECC or in 90.1. And so these are pretty unique rules to Washington State. So yeah, we need to carefully consider the language here and make sure that we are appropriately responding. And then also, this could be a point of emphasis for the 2024 codes or for, emergency rules that are needed to be able to convert spaces into affordable housing that we need in the state. So I know there's a lot of traction on office to residential conversion. And it is important that we have rules that are enforceable across the state and different jurisdictions. Thank you.
Todd?
I want to remind some of us that aren't as versed in the energy code, where the exceptions are that is from legislation. Was it only from group B to group R? And that's why answer 2 is different than a consideration in answer 3, R1 to R2. And specifically, I remember in the envelope exceptions, is that correct?
If I may, I can respond to that. RCW 1927A .270, it makes reference to, I believe, any existing building that is converted over to a residential use. It's clear that only the dwelling units themselves have to be brought up to full compliance with the current code, and that all other areas of the building do not need to be brought up to full compliance with the code, which again, as Eric noted, that's been language in the code for a really long time. But the fact that it's captured specifically in RCW 1927A 270 just kind of clarifies it applies to all existing buildings and not just going from an R1 to an R2.
Krista, is the language you've added here from Lisa's email?
Yes.
Okay. Joe?
There's also language in chapter 5 that suggests that in most cases, if you're not touching the envelope of a building, you do not have to upgrade it. So that's another piece of this.
Okay. Anybody have thoughts on the new language versus the old language? Ben?
Yeah, I think during last week's committee meeting, one of the things we tried to clarify was that the question was asking if the building needs to, if you scroll up, sorry, if the building needs to meet or be brought up to full compliance with the WSCC. So one of the first things that are changed in the answer there was that we were trying to clarify that the whole building does not need that. So that's why I think we're responding in the negative and then clarifying what portions would be. So if we were to go with the second option for the response, maybe we want to clarify that the yes is only pertaining to those altered portions of the building.
I think it does kind of say that. The second sentence addresses the unaltered areas. Joe?
Yeah, there's 2 questions, and the yes answers to the first question. The second question is answered in the last sentence of the Lisa's thing. So it is a bit confusing because it says the last question in question 1 is it sufficient to prove the new design does not use any more energy use? And the answer, if it says yes, appears to answer the second question as yes, where it really answers the first question as yes.
So
Joe,
Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, Shell, in my email that I sent over, I actually was proposing to answer those two, that there are definitely two questions in question number one, and I was proposing to answer them individually, and I would agree. The first question, the answer would be yes, it does have to be the dwelling units do have to be brought up to full compliance with the current code, but the unaltered areas do not. And then the answer to the other question is no, with that answer. So I
think
agree
that's
with
the
you.
approach.
Yeah, break them up because they're two very, it's two unique questions.
And I do like Lisa's revised language. I think it's clearer.
In that second answer, would it make sense to put, it is not sufficient only to prove the new construction?
I'm not sure. I don't know, perhaps Krista, if you, I think I proposed something a little bit more simple.
Yeah,
It
I
was just,
adapted
yeah.
it to put it all in together. Let me go
Oh,
back.
got it. Yeah, what I was proposing is just simply to say no, unless the building qualifies as a historic building per section C 501.5 or other AHJ approved variants. So yeah, I was just proposing to keep it simple, but whatever you recommend.
Okay. Any further comments on questions 1A and 1B? Okay, let's go down to question 2.
Yeah, I didn't propose any changes to question number 2. It was generally correct, or at least, clear in our opinion. The only other one was proposed was a potential update to question number 3, the response to that. And that is also same situation where there's 2 questions actually in one that should be broken up.
Does anybody have suggested language for this? Krista, oh, there you got it. Okay, we now have.
Yeah, this is Eric Vandermeer again. So yeah, I guess the question in answering the second part there, we're really getting into, what is an alternate means and methods to showing full code compliance? And so do we want to provide, any direction beyond, what leeway does the code official have in approving alternate means and methods? So say you are converting an existing office space to a dwelling unit and you're required in question 1 to go full code compliance, and that means that you're taking some single pane glass from a 1960s office building and you're needing to upgrade the entire building to meet our very stringent energy code. Now you might have to add heat pump heating and a whole bunch of other things to meet full code compliance. So it is a pretty restrictive pretty stringent energy code measure. And, you know, are they allowed under C 102 to approve alternate means and methods? And if so, is that just for the space, or is it the whole building uses less energy, or what leeway does the code official have in approving, in determining what full code compliance is? And yeah, does the council want to provide any direction towards section C 102, alternate means and methods, and how that would be done?
I think over time, we've been successful leaving that up to the building official.
So yeah, it could be just a general pointer that, you know, alternate means of showing energy code compliance that are acceptable to the code official are allowed under C 102 or something like that, if we want to provide the pointer.
That would be more direct. You know, what I tossed in there was just, you know, that it was up to AHJ variants, but pointing to that code section would be much more clear and probably appreciated by the AHJ, so they know which code section they can look to for that information.
So would you put it after the word specific requirements of this code and then point to C 102?
Yeah, I think Eric's correct that it would be good to point to that section as well. We get a lot of questions from jurisdictions when they, you know, see these types of building upgrades, because it can be quite difficult to take an existing building and bring it up to full compliance. And so often they're looking for ways to help the design team accomplish improving the building without it being too onerous. So that kind of information would be helpful for them.
Okay.
That's C 102, not 101.2. Or excuse me, it is C 102.1, I guess, is the specific section. It is there's only one section that's that whole thing. So.
Okay, so we've got revised opinion here. Somebody want to make a motion to respond to City of Bellevue? Michelle?
I think these are good. Just to be clear, what we're talking about now is striking the answer 3 below and answer 2 and using the red line section for those. Is that?
That is correct.
Yeah, I just want to see it on the screen before I would make a motion, so that we all understand what we're voting on. So I'll wait a minute.
And I guess the answer 1B, would we want similar language to refer to section C 102.1?
Okay, Jay?
And the answer to question 2, I think there's some extraneous part that was posted below, but that wasn't for section 2. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yeah, we weren't proposing any changes to the answer to question number 2. It's clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we're further modified. Jill, you still want to make a motion?
Sure, I will make a motion to, I guess the right word is accept these opinions or publish these opinions from the Building Code Council for modification today.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That gets that one done.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Okay, so this question is from whom?
The second question is also from the City of Bellevue.
Okay.
And this one's on the International Mechanical Code, section 607 regarding fire dampers and energy recovery ventilators. And the question is, are energy recovery ventilators that serve only a residential dwelling unit, small units with less than 100 CFM of outdoor and exhaust airflow with no recirculating air return air, with ductwork that is installed in a rated floor ceiling or roof ceiling assembly with duct openings that are protected by static ceiling radiation dampers required to be automatically shut down in the event of a fire. And Justin was going to provide some information from one of the trainings that he was giving earlier this week. And he forwarded along of comment from let's see.
That's actually from NEMI, the National Energy Management Institute. I reached out to them because I wanted to get a definite decision out of them.
And they replied that it appears that the answer is not correct. Here's the definition of a fire damper. And then on the second question, they're asking, or their comment is a fire stat a listed and labeled item for that usage? And they are unaware of it, whether it is or not.
Okay, so do we have a language for answer one then?
I'm not sure what it would be. Eric, did you have some?
Yeah, this is Eric Vanderman. I can provide a little bit of background about these questions. So starting in the 2015 code, as we talked about, I guess in that summary, that there is this differentiation between static fire dampers and static ceiling radiation dampers and dynamic dampers. So static dampers are only allowed to be in a system that is static. In other words, the fan shuts down. My opinion, yeah, the answer would be to question one is yes. There's no, the code is silent on how to shut down an ERV. It doesn't tell you if it has to be done based on detection of smoke or on detection of fire. We are talking about a ceiling radiation damper that is actuated based on breaking a fusible link, so a detection of heat essentially. But yeah, you need a static damper has to be installed in a static system. Going to question two, there may be a way to reword the question, I guess, to make it more clear. To if we remove the word fire stat, so our heat detectors, to make it non-manufacturer specific, so our heat detector duct limit switches or something like that, make it more of a generic term, not like a specific manufacturer term. So really the question that's trying to be asked here is it acceptable to shut down the to make the system static by just detecting heat, or do we have to detect smoke essentially is what we're trying to get an answer on. And like I said, the IBC and the IMC have been silent on an acceptable means of shutdown in the 2015, 2018, and 2021 codes, and in the 2024 code. In reviewing that, you know, there's these provisions are changing based on damper manufacturers and, you know, the introduction of different products. These products are very specific to the UL assemblies that they're installed in, the actual type of floor ceiling assembly. But anyways, input is really needed from the council if possible on, yeah, do we need, is it acceptable to just shut down based on detection of heat in the space, or does it need to be detection of smoke, or one or the other? So, you know, my opinion is that the damper is actuating based on heat, and therefore something like a heat detector limit switch like this could be an acceptable means to shutting down the device. There's a lot more maintenance and testing and such. You know, smoke detectors are more susceptible to susceptible to you know, false alarms and to, you know, higher maintenance. And for all these energy recovery ventilators that are required in all these multifamily buildings, you know, one in every dwelling unit, if you have a 300 unit building, oftentimes you're going to have 300 of these units. And if you want to cost effectively install them in the floor ceiling assembly, you know, we need to find a cost effective means for shutting them down. So that's my research on this topic, and you know, it would be helpful to get an opinion on whether or not heat detection is appropriate means for shutdown. So thank you.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah, so for the first question, the main reason for that is static dampers are tested as such. They are not tested under any specific airflow pressures. So if you don't use a static damper, or excuse me, if you don't shut the system down, it could compromise that damper. Second part of that would be, I agree with Eric on the fact that because it's activated, the damper here activated by heat sensing would be appropriate in my mind to shut down the unit, because there's no smoke control system, no smoke dampers attached to that system. But that, again, is just, that's my personal opinion on that one. But yeah, the reason for the static damper is they're not tested under any type of airflow pressures like the dynamic dampers are.
Okay.
So I think we would want that, if we're going to change the question, we want to say our heat detector. I think.
Ken, I see your hand up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I agree with Justin also. And Eric, one of the issues that we see is if you provide a detection device and you connect it to a fire alarm system. Eric brought up the 300 unit apartment building. And you can imagine for an inspection, testing, and maintenance company to have to somehow figure out how to gain access to test these things on an annual basis is going to be very difficult. So I don't even know if it's possible or not to require, I don't know, a single station device or something that's not tied to the fire alarm system. I don't know, just throwing that out there. It's just another thing that we're been dealing with, and I know that Eric, you've been talking to, I believe Sean Shepard about this too. So there's some difficulties with this section.
Yeah, Kristen, you're on the right path here. So yes, since the static damper is actuated on detection of heat, this would be an acceptable means for shutting down down the air handling system. Associated with the static damper or something.
And I would call it a fire damper, just so it's not confused with a smoke damper or a fire smoke.
Yeah, so we could say fire damper or ceiling radiation damper, either one of those. I guess the questions.
Okay, Dustin, go ahead.
I raised my hand to let Larry add you.
Okay.
So
Larry?
these are apartment buildings, right? That have the air-to-air heat exchangers in them. But smoke kills more people than fire. So wouldn't you want a combination smoke heat damper like we normally put in on something like this? I mean, because you're gonna have it in between the ceiling. And even though you're bringing outside air in, you're taking outside air out, you still got those entries into that room. And what if the fire's in between the ceiling there? And now, the ceiling's supposed to be the fire ration. So that doesn't stop the fire. I mean, the smoke's gonna get up to the next level. I would think you'd want a combinations smoke fire damper in there on and shut the unit off, because if the unit's running, it's gonna just spread the fire. So I would think you definitely want combination smoke fire, and I'm sorry, but it is gonna need service, like you say. But it's life safety.
Ben, I think you're next.
I can respond to that. So if you'd like, this is Eric Vanderman.
Go ahead.
So yeah, the code has specific provisions for where or what type of damper is required to protect a membrane penetration in a floor ceiling assembly. You know, in this case, you know, if that's a 1 hour rated floor ceiling assembly, you're allowed to protect that duct opening with a ceiling radiation damper. You're not required by the code to have a smoke damper protecting that opening. So I would agree, if there were a requirement in the code for a smoke damper, then smoke actuation would be required. But in this case, you know, it is a ceiling radiation damper that's required by the building code to protect the opening.
I see Kevin's got his hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little confused by this answer, because the fire dampers that I'm aware of, well, first of all, let's back up. Ceiling fire dampers can be static or dynamic. That is, once they trip, they can close against an airflow if they're dynamic. Also, they don't have any detectors. They're just heat actuated, usually by a meltable link. So there's no detectability there. So I'm confused by the answer that says a static damper detects fire. It does no such thing. It's just a mechanical device.
If they have an actuator, they can be dynamic. These do not have an actuator, so they're all static.
Well, there are dynamic ceiling radiation dampers. I'm looking at one online right now by Metal Fab.
Well,
yes, there are currently there are two manufacturers of dynamic ceiling radiation dampers that I know of. They're the ones that put the new provisions into the code. They are very specific to certain UL listed assemblies, so they can't just be installed anywhere.
Sure.
And there are also so there's limited manufacturers.
Okay.
That is an option. We're not none of these questions preclude you from using the dynamic dampers if you have rated the appropriate assembly. These questions are about static dampers and how to make a system static. If we go down to the second question and look at the answer, let's try to address the other question.
That makes
says
sense, Eric.
actuated, it says the damper is actuated on detection of heat. So we could change that language to say it's actuated on melting the fusible link. Is that?
I'd prefer that because detection to me implies there's some sort of control system or signal.
Like a lead link in there.
Basically, yeah.
It's a fusible link is what it's typically referred to.
Yeah, fusible link would be the right terminology.
But it's, yeah.
There you go. But now, okay, but that's a static damper. We're saying that's shutting down the air handling system. How is that?
No, to make, not only does the static damper have to close in this system, but you also have to render the system static somehow.
Okay.
The code is totally silent on how to turn off the air handling system. Does that have to be turned off by detection of smoke? Is that duct smoke? Is that room smoke? Is a heat detector? When you research online, these heat detectors are kind of the common cost-effective way of shutting down these systems, and kind of the recommended methodology by the static damper manufacturers for small systems like this. It would be a different scenario if you have a large, rooftop package unit or something that's serving multiple rooms.
Absolutely.
That one of our issues here with this is that, with a 6-inch ERV duct, there's not listed smoke dampers that we can put in those ducts to properly detect smoke. And so we're looking for a cost-effective means to really shut down these small systems.
So I'm having a little trouble with the language. I think it should say after the comma, this approach would be an acceptable means. Because the way it's written, it sounds like the damper is the acceptable means. There you go. Excellent.
Okay. Ben and Justin have had their hands up. Ben, go ahead and go first.
Sure. Yeah, and I just think we just want to clarify that to the answer to number 2, just maybe say since a static fire damper or static ceiling radiation damper. In this case, since we're specifically talking about those 2 devices, and I guess we want to put in the word static. Would that be appropriate? Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I agree with both of these answers.
Okay. Any further discussion on the response?
So the second question isn't addressed now.
As far as the temperature?
Yeah.
Dustin?
Larry Andrews?
Yeah.
Larry?
So Eric, you're saying that you got the damper in there with the link, and then we also have another device in there that's either that's detecting the smoke or detecting the heat, and then that's shutting down the air handler. Is that correct, Eric?
That is correct. When you're using static dampers, you have to render the system static. If you're using a dynamic damper, you can leave your air handling running. For a dynamic fire damper, there are lots of manufacturers that make those. For a dynamic ceiling radiation damper, there's currently 2 damper manufacturers. And like I said, those 2 that I know of, and those are very specific UL assemblies they have to be installed in. So most ceiling radiation dampers are static that are available on the market today.
But I think your answer needs to add something about a control to shut that air handler down.
Yeah, the answer makes it sound like the
damper.
damper shutting down the control. Or shutting down the air.
It's not the damper, it's gotta be, because the damper doesn't have a means to do that. So you're gonna have to have another means, either heat detection or smoke detector that's interlocked with the air handler to shut the air handler down. And I don't.
That's what it says, I think. The question is, are heat detector duct limit switches in the return airstream of an ERV an acceptable means for shutting down the HVAC system?
We got a smoke detector well, you don't have a return duct.
Well, yes, technically per mechanical code, return is both exhaust air and recirculated air, so it covers both of them. Yeah.
Are we mixing apples and oranges in question 2? I mean, we've got standalone ERVs and then also, you know, separate HVAC systems.
This was ERV, right?
That's how the question started out as.
And I think that's because what it is it brings it in, but it doesn't recirculate.
Yeah, so return air is defined in the mechanical code as both being exhaust air and air that's recirculated.
But in there, it says it's not no return air, no recirculating return air, it says in the question, right?
Correct. That's why I'm saying the definition of return air includes both of those.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments? If not, does somebody, go ahead.
You want to address the temperature?
Oh, thank you. Somebody have a recommendation?
My recommendation, this is Eric, would be to say that it's not addressed in the code and confirm with the HJ. Or it's up to the designer of record to select the appropriate product.
Would you think that it should be somewhat related to whatever the damper fusible link setting is based on? Guess that would be a question for Eric or others.
Yeah, this is Eric. So I can look up the temperature, or yeah, we could say, we could refer to, sorry, it's the code section here.
Most commonly, the heat responsive device is going to be a 165. 160 is the minimum for a heat responsive device, such as a fusible link. However, you can have, depending on what the building's designed for, you can have variable higher fusible links like 212 degree, or for example. So it's kind of going to be dependent on what is going on. I think if it's a ceiling radiation damper in a apartment, 165 would be appropriate for, or would be what would be on the heat responsive device on the radiation damper itself. So I'd say 165 or lower, or something like that.
Does the way it's phrased now suffice?
I think so.
Okay, any further comments? Would a member of the council like to make a motion to respond to the City of Bellevue as shown on the screen? Ben?
Yep, I'll make a motion to publish the response as shown to the city of Bellevue for these two questions.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. I think, go back to my notes here. I think those were the two opinion requests from the MVPE. Was there an MVPE committee report as well?
There was no further MVP committee report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to BFRW. Roger's not here. Somebody else. I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and present for Roger.
Okay.
So the BFRW committee entertained 4 opinions at our meeting last week. 2 of them were approved to be published out to the requesters, and I have 2 here for today's consideration. The opinions that went out last week are on the ones that were approved were on IRC R101.2, which is a scoping provision for, I guess the question on that one was, are adult family homes considered care facilities under the new exceptions in that section? And the interpretation was that no adult family homes are included in the main body of section R101.2, and as such do need to use the exceptions to keep that use in the IRC. That one was approved and sent out. And then the other one that was approved was for the International Fire Code, section 3103.5 on use periods. And the question was on a definition of the term premises. The opinion that went out was to use the dictionary definition of the term and apply that, and that local jurisdictions should come up with a policy on how they use that term to enforce the codes within their own jurisdictions. And for today, I have a section in the IRC, section 302.2.6, which has a little bit of an interesting history, and IBC section 1107/429. It's got to do with accessible parking and electric vehicle charging structured parking spaces or infrastructure as well. So I'm going to click open into the R302.2.6 draft and let me update my share here and I'll get you guys going. For 302.2.6, to show or to discuss this one first, we need to go back to the opinion issued in 21-08. I have that in line down here to show. On this one, in 2021, a question was raised about the inclusion of R302.2.6 in the International Residential Code. And in this opinion, highlighted here, the answer was yes, structural independence of townhouse units separated by double walls is no longer required in the state residential code. According to a vote at a November 8th, 2019 meeting, section 302.2.6 should read as followed, not adopted. And in the opinion, they made reference that this would be corrected by expedited rulemaking. So the opinion request that comes to us today is on that same section, which appears in the 2021 code. I did not find any evidence that an expedited rule ever was filed for this code section to change it to not adopted. And in the 2021 cycle, I don't have any evidence that there was a proposal to bring it back in or remove it as well. And so the discussion at the committee meeting was that yes, this section should not be included in the 2021 code. And what we're hoping will come out of this meeting here today is that we will vote to move through with expedited rulemaking. Roger did provide a proposal before he left town, and I have that here. And he's got some stuff to clarify the section, not to necessarily not include it in the 2021 code. And the question is if this was intended to not be included in the 2018 code, but was voted on by the council to be included in the 2021 code by omission of information, is it still appropriate to have inside the 2021 code? And I guess that's where I'm looking for some discussion on this.
Okay. I see Greg G has his hand up.
Yeah, this is Greg Gilda with DCI Engineers. Roger asked me to kind of step in. He and I had discussed this. You know, I think initially, structurally, we're more concerned about the independence because there's been a long running misunderstanding, and the wording in this section gets complicated with the common wall versus the double wall. The double wall it's often interpreted that there needs to be a seismic joint, which is not cost effective and causes a lot of issues with the townhomes. And the way that structural independence is, we think that the way it's worded right now, the structural independence is less of an issue, with the exception that it does not specifically, the wording's a little confusing when it refers to exterior walls or common walls, and it doesn't refer to a double wall, which is not uncommon in a townhome. So I think what Roger had sent would, that would be kind of the clarification. The importance of the structural independence is that if there is a unit that is damaged or demolished, and for some reason, I think like if you've got shear walls that are at one end of the complex or the other, and you somehow break that continuity, now you've got units that have been compromised because of what happened in one unit. So that's, that's the intent of the structural independence requirement. We feel like if this section was clear about what happened at what was a common wall versus a double wall, this section is probably fine.
Todd?
Yeah, thank you, Taryn. Thank you, Greg. We've bounced back and forth on a couple of emails, and I was the one who raised the question in the committee to bring it up to the full council to have this discussion and give time for anybody who might want to weigh in, and that's Greg in this case. Thank you. I agree with Greg and Roger have concluded here. I was also raised it because it was confusing. It was an unusual situation where a previous council committed this under a previous code, and obviously then that didn't carry through, or didn't happen, and then didn't carry through. Now we're in a different cycle. So it just seems like our council has to deal with this regardless. Back to the structural independence, I don't know why the previous council made that opinion. I don't think I necessarily agree that the whole section shouldn't be there. I would be curious about any evidence and arguing why, but here we are. Regardless, we have to deal with it. So that's the intent.
And this is Greg. The structural independence, I think, is one of those sections that has been at times misunderstood to the point where, townhomes kind of started where there was a physical separation sometimes, and as they've gotten closer, they've become one building. We've started to treat them, people have wanted to have gaps in the sheathing, and I think that's where, there's been some reaction to structural independence over the years. So I think in the past, and I think Roger had the same reaction I did, that we don't really want structural independence, but we want structural distribution so that we can take one unit down if we had to and not affect the others. And I think I would say that the wording in this new one is relatively clear. 2018, it was clear-ish, but I think it was still kind of coming in on the heels of some of the previous interpretations. So I could see why it might have there might have been a desire to leave it out because it kind of made it a little clearer as to what the intent was.
Okay. Dustin, what's the next step on this? Is you send this back to a tag?
So we could send this back to the tag, if we, I guess, if we want to embark on the rulemaking, we need to potentially do emergency rulemaking and have the 2/3 vote that would identify this as an emergent situation that needs immediate action. And we can take that back down to the tag to get the language ready for an emergency rule. And then we would need to carry that rule through with expedited rulemaking to make the result permanent.
Okay. Tom?
So is the goal here just to insert the word double as presented? That the outcome, desired outcome?
Well, I think that for the interpretation or the opinion request, we would need to identify whether or not the council believes that it should be included in the 2021 code in the first place. And then if we need to make changes to that section because we believe it should be included in the code, we need to embark on that process as well.
So 2 layers.
Yes.
Jay?
Before we consider a emergency rulemaking on this, is it possible to issue an opinion that says that the common, if you could bring back the previous display of Roger's proposal? Is it possible to issue an opinion that in these exceptions, common is interpreted as common or double? And does that solve the problem until the next code cycle so that we don't have to add a new process for off-cycle rulemaking?
It's entirely possible to issue the opinion with that perspective painted into it. I think the concern that Roger had is he felt that it was kind of an emergent situation and that the opinions aren't binding on jurisdictions. They do help them interpret and administer the codes. But if a jurisdiction didn't want to do this, I guess they wouldn't have to do this if this was an opinion only.
The thing that I'd want to consider with that is that this situation and ambiguity, it appears has existed since at least 2019. So I'm not sure that I see this as an emergent issue given that.
Okay. Todd?
Yeah, on the technical side, I agree with that statement, Jay, that ideal, if we keep this section, it should say common and double wall as it's defined in the previous, sections above. But if we go back up to the question that's being asked here, I'm not sure the question even matters because I think the response, in my opinion, from the council is, doesn't matter, it didn't get adopted in the last cycle, we've got to deal with it going forward. We can't just retroactively say a previous council on a previous code said that. But I defer to others on that opinion and our rules.
Okay, I see John Sue has his name up, or hand up, brother.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to throw in some comments about the deletion of the section. It would correspond with a change that was made to the IBC on structural independence for firewalls. But the deletion was definitely or the request to delete it, however that went through, was deliberately done because certainly in the city of Seattle when I was working for them, the issue did have to do with, as Greg said, with some jurisdictions requiring saw cutting of the diaphragms, which is something you don't want to do. You want to have a continuous diaphragm across these walls. So saw cutting was not the right answer. And number two, the second piece is then if you want us to call these structurally independent, then you have to provide full shear walls for every single one of the units. And that was difficult given certainly in the city of Seattle, our density and some of the other requirements. It's pretty tough to get each individual unit to have its own lateral system. And so a lot of what we were doing was saying, okay, you can provide shear walls here, in strategic places, and then the diaphragm gets the loads to them. But that didn't translate to having full shear capacity for each individual unit, which some jurisdictions were requiring. So that's a little bit of background there. Again, I'm not going to get involved in the details of the administrative part of it, but the technical part, that was what I'll say the generic we were after.
Okay. Thank you. Todd.
So thank you, John, for that, because the history is always valuable. But I think I asked to you, John, and maybe Jay or someone else, and how in a fee simple typology like this, was that the driver that those could be tied together structurally? Is there precedent for that?
I don't know. I don't. It may have been part of the equation, but not directly. I think it was more in my involvement in it. The concern was more just purely structural. That you don't want to be cutting diaphragms. You want a continuous diaphragm. That was what we were after.
Okay. So what is the recommended path forward here? Tom?
I guess I just have one more quick question, John. Which one of those two scenarios would work best with this shear wall consideration? Or would it matter? Deleting it or adding the word?
I would have been an advocate for deleting it, but if others feel strongly the other way, I haven't thought through the new wording, how that would affect things.
Greg?
Yeah, the structural engineer in me would agree with John. Ideally, like having this be all one building. I would to just kind of further what John was talking about, like having to cut diaphragms. The minute we say that these are truly structurally independent, that now we're talking that there's a seismic joint between the buildings. It starts to, the ripple effect is pretty large if you take structural. The challenge is there is no definition of what structural independence really is in the code, and so if you really take it literally, you are talking about a structurally independent building, and now you're talking about seismic joints, and then you think about how that seismic joint plays through to the finishes, and it ripples pretty fast. So, being able to connect all of them, I think could be ideal from a structural standpoint. I do think there is there's a real logistical issue in that if you had, let's say you had 3 units and you tied them all together and you put all of your shear walls at the 2 end units and left the middle unit open, if anything happened in one of those end units, you would be affecting the middle unit. That would be the downside of not having that. The way it's written now, with these exceptions, you could tie all the sheathing together. I believe that what is left open with the lack of structural independence is that you would have to have the ability to lose one of the units and still have the other units have enough structural stability to remain standing. So you could tear down one unit, the other 2 would remain without really any substantial work structurally. So, you know, it would,
Not to mention, I don't know how you do a shear wall inspection. You got two walls facing each other with a 1-inch air gap. Kind of interesting. Darren, City of Bellingham.
Hi, yeah, Darren McGillivray, Building Plans Examiner, City of Bellingham. We've had a huge boom in townhouse construction in our jurisdiction, and so we've really thought a lot about this recently. And the important thing that we've highlighted is that a townhouse building, in the definitions, there's townhouse building, so it's a single building that has multiple townhouse units. So a townhouse unit is an independent facility for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, all that sort of thing. But it's part of a building. And when the engineers design these, they use the sheathing to connect the units together to create a single building. So there's a lot of independence, but it's not entirely structurally independent. So, and in an earthquake, you want the whole building to respond as a single building rather than individual units and having story drift, you know, so because each unit is going to respond a little bit differently to the seismic activity. So you could have a whole bunch of buildings out of sync in the way they move, and they're going to be bashing against each other. So that's going to create create damage to each of the townhouse units. So we're really clear, like we the sheathing going across the walls, the sheathing going across the roof, that's relatively minor as far as the structural element. It can be replaced pretty easily, whereas it's not being framed all the way across to create a structural, like a single structural building. It's just the sheathing. So and in regards to single wall, like a common wall or a double wall, typically we see double walls constructed where there's a property line that's going to run between the townhouse unit, so that there is more of an independence, rather than if it's a single ownership that they're going to where somebody's going to own all the townhouses and rent them all out individually. It's a single ownership, then typically they have a common wall. So it's a single building. There's not as much of a concern for the structural independence, and there's not the ownership piece that gets, complicated in there. So my 2 cents, I would like to see them still. I think if we make them completely structurally independent, including the roof sheathing, then I think it creates a much larger problem than it's going to solve.
Gotcha. Thank you. Todd, then Katie.
Thank you. I think sounds like there's good consensus on this, and exactly why I wanted to bring it to the whole council and into more stakeholders. If you come back to the question here, we can't do, in my opinion, any of that in this forum right here. We have to go into rulemaking and make these are substantial changes. So I think that's the question at hand here. I hear that there's probably desire to do that, whether it's emergency, so forth, or in the next code cycle. But that's the question at hand here. Sounds like there's a need.
Okay, I agree. Katie?
I understand the need, and we were supposed to go into emergency rulemaking in 2019. It never happened. I looked up the Group 2, which is what the IRC was in for 2021. They accepted proposals up until I think April 2022. And it didn't happen then. And so what I'm concerned is that, it's a need, but is it an emergency? Kind of what Jay was getting to. Can we put this out here in an opinion, understanding that it isn't, and kind of leaving it up to the jurisdictions, say in Bellevue, where we know there's earthquake issues, like that's very convincing to me. But I don't know. If it's an emergency level, if it sounds like they have an idea of what they're going to do, if given the opportunity. And then in 2024, we put it into the code.
Maybe as a potential answer to this opinion, no, it was not intended to be restored into the 2021 code. The council will entertain proposals to fix it in the 2024 code cycle. And then they have the opinion that no, it wasn't intended to be put back into the 2021 code just by lack of any attention to the section in that, in the code making cycle for 2021. And then, we've got a proposal on hand, ready to go for it in the 2024 cycle to be hurrying through two codes.
We do already.
Yeah, that's what we have here on screen. I rejected the proposal. This is, I rejected it because it's a group 2 proposal, but I'm gonna keep it on hand and include it in that body of work.
Is this significant enough though that we should do something? Because we're talking a couple of years before we got the 2024 out.
I think that the opinion that we put out that no, it wasn't intended to be included in the 2021 would give the code officials the perspective that it's in there by mistake, and then they have the authority to enforce the codes in their own jurisdiction. And they would have the information, but we wouldn't necessarily be embarking on off-cycle rulemaking to fix it immediately.
Okay, I'm happy with that. Chell?
Yeah, I don't necessarily see an emergency here, but sometimes what we put into opinions is based on common practice of jurisdictions and not based on a literal code reading. Sometimes we say something about, many jurisdictions enforce it in this way or that way, and that can be an acceptable way to write an opinion.
Okay. Darren, your hand's still up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to have that up.
Okay.
So, Chell, would you recommend language that says many jurisdictions enforce this section by not requiring the full structural independence? I guess asking for language suggestions here.
I think something like that. I'm not the right person to make any statements about structural stuff, but I think we can say, we understand many jurisdictions, enforce it this way, and we think that's an acceptable method of interpreting the code. If in fact we do.
Understand many jurisdictions do not enforce this section.
Yeah.
That
There you go.
here.
I think it's fine. I guess my question, since we have the experts here, the only thing in my interpretation here that's not covered are double wall units without a fire sprinkler system. Is that correct? I realize that's a big part of the population there, but is that the correct reading of?
This is Greg. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm not sure a lot of jurisdictions aren't reading that exception and applying it to double walls, because the townhomes have kind of settled, but we haven't had as much issue with it, in recent years. And double walls are pretty common. So I think that there's still room for some issues, but I think in practice, we're not seeing it that much.
Second sentence, the word view is missing the E.
How do you spell that?
There you go. Okay, is there a motion to accept this response as written? Shell.
I was going to suggest that we write something in here of why jurisdictions aren't enforcing that, because it's unclear or because of some reason. Because I don't think as the code council we want to just say that, yeah, a lot of jurisdictions don't enforce the stuff we write. That seems, problematic in some ways, but if there's a reason because it's unclear or because there's a confusion between double wall and something else, I think that'd be helpful in making sure this is clear. But I'm not the right person to write the words of that.
How about due to seismic concerns?
Part of the original answer covers that. Maybe you can weave that in.
Due to the confusion over the inclusion of the section.
Yeah.
That seemed to cover it then.
Under these circumstances, the view of the council.
Todd?
I think it's fine, but are we putting too much in there? Is it really from confusion, or are jurisdictions just making their interpretation of and what they're without going an alternative methods or materials and methods approach, but I mean, because it's not IBC, but are they just making I think we're maybe speculating on why. I'm just saying.
I do agree that it's
Council agrees, and we're going to rulemaking.
You know, I got this request from a singular jurisdiction on some of the other opinions we get. They come in from multiple jurisdictions at once. I think it's an issue, but saying that jurisdictions don't enforce it, I have no evidence that that's happening.
I think it's cleaner just to say understands the situation and agrees that. Yeah.
So what a
going to rulemaking.
Jay, do you have a comment?
I'm wondering if the second sentence that renders that says that the view of the council this is acceptable is necessary. Because to Chel's point, I'm concerned about having something that says, yeah, it's acceptable that you don't enforce our rules. And so just acknowledging the confusion and saying we'll address in the 2024 cycle, is that enough?
That first sentence is incomplete.
And just say, there
Yeah.
is confusion.
Yes.
Just. Or council understands there is confusion.
The wordsmithing here is amazing.
Collectively, we're brilliant.
Okay, the council understands there exists confusion over the inclusion of section 302.2.6 as part of the 2021 International Residential Code. This topic will be addressed as part of the 2024 Code Amendment and Adoption Cycle. A proposal to address the section in the 2024 Code Adoption is on file. Public comment is welcome. And is the first part of this answer still relevant to keep in here? So no. Yeah, I think our stuff shown in red is additive to that initial part of the answer.
I'd agree.
I think that's fine. Okay, is there a motion to accept?
So moved. Second?
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to the next one, 429.4, 1107.2. Okay.
Several questions on this one. How in smaller parking lots, how 1107 meshes with 429 in its requirements of percentages of total parking to be EV charging. One of the contentious topics was what is vehicle parking versus vehicle spaces. And one of the consensuses that kind of, maybe not consensus, but one of the opinions that came out of the committee meeting is that section 1107 doesn't refer to the parking required as part of section 1106 that is related to a building and is not necessarily part of the accessible route into the building, but that 1107 addresses EV charging facilities. And as an example, it was stated that EV charging facilities like at a Walmart aren't necessarily nestled right amongst all the rest of the accessible parking towards the front of the parking lot. That makes it easier for folks to get into these facilities, but they are nestled out in the parking lots, out away from the main entrances, and as such 1107 was deemed to kind of only apply to those sections, and that when it comes to EV parking outside of an EV facility, that 429 governs, and that 1107 addresses accessible parking within those EV facilities that are tangential to accessible parking and access to a building. And so we have several questions in here. Section 429.4, is it the intent of this section to require additional accessible spaces beyond what is required in 1106? And the answer there that we have drafted is no. The committee didn't have any issues with this particular answer. Question 2, 429.4, if the answer to question 1 is no and a single accessible space is permitted, does this section require that that space be compliant with both EV charging station and EV ready requirements? And the answer drafted was when the total number of required accessible spaces is not more than 1 in accordance with table 1106.2, a space that is compliant with section 429.2.1 and has a charging station in place complies with both the charging station and EV ready requirements. That section reads that for example, a hypothetical parking lot that only has 10 spaces, table 1106 would require 1 space be accessible. And then 429.2.1 talks about percentages of total accessible parking, and it's a percentage of 10% needs to be EV ready and 10% needs to have the charging station in place, and that number would be rounded to the next whole number. So if you have 10% of one plus another 10% of one is 20% of one, a total of 1 EV capable parking space is required for this section. Question 3 is where we started having the conversations and decided to push this to the council for further consideration. In 1107.2.2, is it the intent of 1107.2 to require accessible spaces equipped as either EV charging station or EV ready space to also require including the minimum dimensions required in 1107.2.2 for all EV spaces? As part of this one, this is where the contention that 1107.2 only addresses charging station facilities, which are distinct facilities when compared to parking spaces regulated by 1106. Parking spaces required by 1106 are subject to additional requirements contained in section 429. And one of the other issues as part of this space is that the dimensions for van spaces included in 1107.2.2 is not consistent with what we have in RCW for van spaces, which is 96 inches minimum width. I believe I have to go and look at a specific code section to paint it a little further. So on this one, there's quite a bit of contention on how this section applies. And we were hoping to bring this to the full council to get the input of accessibility experts on the council. And I guess I'll open for some conversation there. Todd.
Okay. Todd.
Yeah, and thank you. And I was guilty for raising this to the council. Because it's it's a very important topic, and for those of you that have been on the council for a couple of years, we've been through these sections many times. And it hurts your brain. It's one of those things that if you're not an expert in this area, you can get there after about an hour and a half, like we did on the committee, and understand it once and then say, yeah, I agree with this. But I think it's important that we raise it to experts and have this opportunity. So thank you for doing that. And most importantly, I'm excited to hear from our accessibility council member also. So thank you.
Thank you. Pete.
Yeah, I guess I want to try to be clear on what we're saying here. And in that the primary concern is when we only have one spot available for the most part. That spot here, does that have to be van accessible or not van accessible? Is that how we're phrasing this?
Well, when I initially got this in opinion request, it was my view that we were talking about one accessible parking space in a smaller parking lot. But during the conversation had at the committee meeting, it divulged into 1107 regulates a different area of the parking lot as compared to 1106, and that 1107.2.2 would require the space to be 96 inches, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a van accessible spot. There was some conversation on that at our committee meeting, and it's I guess we're looking for some input and pointers. If it's I guess let me pull up the code section here and
Justin, as you do that, Peter, I'll add a little commentary there. This is one, if Micah were here, he'd be advising legislature not to put certain code language in statute, right? And it's one of those where
yeah,
we're dealing with two different things. We're dealing with things that we have control of and things that are in RCW, and should it be 96 and 96, or so we're actually getting into the weeds on the different dimensions. So what is the legislative intent, obviously, and making sure we fulfill the RCW, but also what is appropriate that we could affect in rulemaking.
Well, I also wanted to bring up the differentiation between a station facility that is within the confines of the walking distance versus station facilities that are separated further away. I think that's a criteria which is useful for only a certain portion of the disabled population. The reality of the matter is, I don't care how close my parking spot is. I care about how wide my access to that parking spot is. And so, my intent or my feedback here is that regardless of where that space is, it should be van accessible. If there's only going to be one of them, or some proportion of them have to be van accessible. So whether it's out away from the facility in the EV charging station, or near the building in the normal disabled parking spot, that that there needs to be a van accessible EV charging station. And I'm not sure that's covered by either of these answers. So if you see what I mean.
Would it be your opinion then that the height requirements for a van accessible space should also be included in this? That was one of the points of contention, is that this is a vehicle space, which is not necessarily accessible parking. There was some definition discussion on vehicle space versus vehicle parking that was absolutely not clear. And so I think that I have my mind barely wrapped around what the difference between those are. But I would be looking for input on I guess height requirements as well. And then, here in what we have in our adopted code, the numbers here don't match up with what's in our RCW requirement.
So we're talking about roofed places with roofs on them here.
Just in case they do have roofs, yes.
Okay, yeah. I would say that's you're going to have roofs that are at least for the van accessible one that's a little bit higher. That adds some construction cost, obviously, but so because those do tend to be higher, but not that much higher. So yeah, I guess my concern is that if you have one spot, then if I don't have an EV and I use that spot, then another person comes along with an EV that is disabled would want that spot. So it's as far as question 3 goes, I think my inclination is to say yes, the intent of section 107 is to require any accessible space be EV ready or EV charging space to comply with van accessible spaces. So I would probably go with the yes instead of the no for that one. So in both width and height. I mean, over here, we never have covered parking of any sort. So unless you're.
Off the top of your head, Pete, what the clear height requirement is?
No, I do not.
Okay.
That's not of importance to me since I drive a regular car, or a pickup truck, but.
So I to draft in the height there.
Yeah.
Include in, and I'd have to just look that up real quick. Let's see.
I believe it's 98 inches.
Is the height as well?
Yeah, the 98 inches is the clear height for van accessible stalls.
Okay.
98 to 96.
I think 96.
For the ADA.gov website, it's 98 inches for van accessible.
Wow, that's really weird.
IBC section 1106.6 says a minimum vertical clearance of 7 feet.
84.
Thanks.
We got 3 different numbers now to choose from.
This is the circular loop we were going through.
96 wide, 84 high.
The reality of the matter is that a lot of accessible space users are driving rather large pickup trucks anyhow. So, you know, it's not the height of the van necessarily. There's many just average vehicles, not van space vehicles, but that are that high or higher.
So, Shell, did you look that one up from the ADA?
Yep. Maybe
Yeah,
leave that.
On ada.gov/topic/parking, it's clear that it's 98 inches.
And that 1 by 96, 200 width. Minimum width.
And you know, ADA is strange because it's a federal law and it's also a code.
So I take out the no here.
Right.
Do we need second
And
part
I
showing-
would just like to comment on the no section. The kind of the philosophy behind the no section here is to differentiate between a charging station facility as not a parking facility. And that does not make a lot of sense to me. So that, you know, and to give it different regulations. It may be at this point, EV charging is such a relatively minor portion of our parking facility, but in 20 years, it'll probably be a majority of it, or, you know, 20, 30 years or whatever it's going to be. But to differentiate between parking spaces and charging spaces doesn't make a lot of sense. So they should all be considered parking spaces.
Especially because it takes a while.
Yeah. So should we include this section shown here in red at all?
Snap time. Go to charge. Snap time.
Oh, the no 10107. Yeah, I would get rid of that. I would guess. Yeah.
I saw Krista had her hand up for a moment.
I just wanted to say you're still going to need to get out of the vehicle to plug in the car. It's not going to magically plug in itself. So there's not a lot of difference.
Yeah, that is true. And, you know, not having experience in actually how EV charging works on any of my vehicles, I wonder about getting, you know, I know that when I drive up to a gas station, I have to park 3 feet away from the gas tank in order to get my door open so I can get out and get the wheelchair and then get to the gas tank and get the hose to it. So, you know, that extra facility, that extra space is really critical, even in just regular self-serve gas stations. I end up blocking most of the other access to the sites. So, so Krista's right, that the ability to get to the connecting hose and getting it back to your connection spot is going to take essentially wheelchair space, if not more. So,
Patrick Hanks, I see you've had your hand up for a bit.
I'm not an expert in these particular sections of code, but I did listen to the tag meeting and they had a lengthy discussion about the differences between the charging station facilities and EV parking there. And I thought that the tag determined that they were distinct sections with separate meanings and that they thus also had different requirements. So and I'm not a complete expert in it, but I thought that the discussion the tag had made sense. And I feel like the result of that discussion is different than what you're saying today.
Okay, good input. Shell?
So at the committee meeting, we talked about it and the kind of answer came out of the commentary book, which I don't have available to show you what the text says, but that's where the thought that EV facilities versus EV parking spaces were separate and distinct.
Just a clarification also, Patrick, I believe you're referring to the committee of council members, and that's why we brought it to the council. This supersedes.
Shell, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, I did like what was in red because 1107 covers different facilities than 1106. And if we just include the black section for answer for question 3, it would appear that any accessible space, even under those under 1106, if one reads it quickly, would be required to be a van accessible space. My understanding is that this only covers 1107, and so we should be clear that 1107 are different facilities than 1106. I'm also, maybe haven't gone through this enough, but adjacent access aisles for accessible van spaces, is that a defined term?
It is not necessarily defined as far as a term goes, but we do have the width for those adjacent access aisles.
Okay, yeah,
The painted space in between the spots.
Yeah.
I'd like to make sure it's the defined term, just so that we're clear and not.
Here's, I guess it's an adjacent access
Okay, so we'll
aisle.
call it accessible parking space access aisle, and I think that's that, just to make sure we're using the same term.
Yeah, so the space.
Parking adjacent accessible parking space access aisle was what I'd put there because it's what you just looked at, the title of the section right there.
Oh,
Accessible parking space. Just so that we're clear and we're not confusing anybody with our opinion.
accessible parking space. Accessible parking space access size, accessible.
It's already a word sandwich.
Okay, we'll look at it one more time. Accessible parking space access size, accessible. Okay.
Yep, cool. And then I did like having the red section. I'm interested in what other people think, but I think it just helps clarify that it's not covering 1106, it's only covering 1107.
I guess I'm confused as to if we can include both the yes and no answer. Is that what we're saying? Is it
Taking the word no out of there just to address 110702 is regulating separate.
okay? All right, so we're not making a choice between the black and the red. Those are addressing two different issues. Unfortunately, I wasn't at that tag meeting. I wish I had been, but that's the way it goes.
There was a meeting last week. So, sounds like the light here is to.
Yeah, I think that's helpful for people reading the opinion.
Okay, have we finished with this?
You need to fix the last sentence of the black answer.
Oh,
Chair John Sue has his hand.
Uh,
Oh, John, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to throw a little bit of mud in the water here. um, this is an issue I know that okay, so real quick background. I'm a technical consultant with the Washington Association of Building Officials Technical Code Development Committee. Normally we just call it abbreviated WABO-TCD. And one of our members brought this issue to our attention. And I don't know if he was at the TAG meeting, unfortunately, so I don't know how much was said there. But my recollection is that either our committee or the just the individual member submitted something to the national process on this to try to clarify. And basically the notion that those are separate, and I'm going to also say that I'm just as confused as you folks are about the language and things like that, and I'm not fully conversant with the issue. But my recollection is that the member was saying that they went to talk to some of the disability advocates at the national level, who include folks who used to work for the federal agents. I can't remember. I'm getting all mixed up. Sorry. The federal agency that kind of oversees the ADA and the ADAG. And they were saying our notion that they are not separate was all wrong, and that they are separate, and there's all kinds of confusion about that. So maybe that's where some of this discussion and confusion comes from. Obviously, you know, we're working in a state code and we're allowed to do something different than that. But my recollection again was that our or his code proposal got hammered. So just as a little bit of background again.
So you're saying that the black section got hammered?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and yeah, and I guess I'm having difficulty differentiating between a station facility and a parking space. It really depends upon whether or not I'm in charge of actually driving into that space or not into that space, whether it's publicly available or not. That's, you know, I think it's an artificial differentiation.
I don't disagree with that, and I think we were behind. You know, our committee was how should I say, supportive of the state language that kind of implies that you treat them kind of together.
Right.
It's again, we're just bringing this back from the national side, and I believe it may have been discussed at the A117 committee as well. Which is the standard committee that looks at the actual details of how do you design these things. So just background.
Thank you, John. Jay?
I'd like to move that we extend our meeting by 15 minutes.
Okay, is there a motion to extend the meeting to 2:15?
Second.
And a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, how close are we on this issue then?
I think we're pretty well prepped on question 3, and then the answer to 4 changed with the notion that 1107 applies to separate, distinct facilities. Yeah, so originally I had drafted the R3 occupancies aren't required to comply with 429.4 because of the exception in 1107.2. Let me pull that up here. So there's an exception here, electrical vehicle charging stations provided to serve group R3 occupancies are not required to comply with this section. And it was our determination that 1107 addresses separate facilities and that anything that is referred to by 1106 automatically gets kicked over to 429, and in 429 in my original answer, they don't specifically reference R3, but what is referenced in there is the R occupancies as a general occupancy classification. And so we've changed that answer at the committee last week from no, they're not specifically referenced, to yes. The exception contained in 1107.2 does not apply to R3 accessible parking required by 1106. The exception in 1107.2 only applies when there is a distinct EV charging facility.
Okay, any commentary? Pete, your hand's still up.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Okay, with no more, is there a motion to accept or reject this proposal? Katie?
Is this for the whole thing? Because I was just gonna say for question number 2, everything else has been a yes, no question, and it's posed as a yes, no question. I just thought we should just add yes, but I don't. I don't think we went over it, so I just want
Over which section?
So question number 2, it's asked whether or not. It's asked as a yes, no question. Everything else is a yes, no question. Just thought it'd be clear if we said yes.
Okay. Yes, the answer is yes, but colored to be confusing. A little bit. You'll remember.
Okay. Katie, since you still have the floor, do you want to make the motion to accept?
That made, I'd make a motion to publish these questions and answers as written.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That brings us to our last committee report, which is Legislative Committee. Tom, do you have anything to report to us?
Not a whole lot. We did meet. We went over some of the legislative the bills. Yeah, Dustin, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, so we met in August to discuss the different bills affecting SBCC and the one budget proviso. So for the budget proviso requires us to conduct a study to embodied carbon. We have completed a contract, and the Carbon Leadership Forum, which is a recognized leader on embodied carbon, is going to be conducting the study for us. We anticipate a preliminary report for our October meeting, and then we expect a further report to put out for public comment before our due date, December 1 in November. And so we've had some hurdles getting that set up and worked out for doing that work. We have the Bill 1085 for bottle filling stations. This one was a 2023 session, no, I'm sorry, 2022 session bill, and this one, the staff prepared a proposal for this one to include in our work for the 2024 codes. As then we have the next two, the bill 5491 for single exits and 2071 for multiplex housing. Both of those bills asked that the SBCC convene a tag to do the work for the requirements in that bill, and the legislative committee decided that a single ad hoc tag would suffice for both of those tasks, being that they kind of cover the same code. So we've got in my proposal here for ad hoc tags, I've got a combination of building representatives, fire representatives, and kind of general public representatives. On the SB 5553, we're for temporary emergency shelters. We have some work to do with the building code tag, and we need some legislative update to change the implementation date. When this one was drafted, the original implementation was July 1 of 2026, which aligned with the effective date of our codes at the time of this drafting. Since then, we've voted to make our effective date November 1 of 2026. And so we're looking for some support to get that date changed in the legislation. And then there's a couple others in here that had similar effective dates as well. I've glazed over there. I'm looking at the minutes here from the meeting. And for the Bill 6291, the state building code bill, we had a couple questions that don't necessarily require action by the council. And it's been talked about several times, but one is, how is a 2/3 vote counted? Two is a 2/3 total, is it a 2/3 of total council members or 2/3 of those present at a meeting? That question comes because in two different sections, it talks about members present for an approval versus the 2/3 total vote. Third question is, how does a vacancy affect that 2/3 vote? And next is, I guess, is the definition of approval relates to the 2/3 vote and how it's counted. And then lastly is, when can an interim code adoption cycle begin? As far as this one, I need to get with our legal counsel to talk a little bit more about how they interpret this. We've had some other input on the interim code cycle being that it doesn't begin until the 12 months after the effective date and must conclude by the 18-month mark. And that's about all we had there. We had in other business a discussion on the WUI code and DNR status, but I don't have updates on the current mapping work happening on that. So the WUI code is in a state of limbo.
Yeah, with other committees that I'm on and such, the WUI code has been projected to be about a 2-year project, or the mapping is. So that's going to present a lot of interesting issues for people. The other thing with regard to the legislative committee, one of the things that we talked about on a couple of different occasions is having the legislative committee have some authority to act on behalf of the council in certain situations for certain topics. And I think that we really, because of the fact that the session is coming up, we really need to, put our arms around that and see what that might look like. I've chatted with a couple of people individually, about some topic areas, and I think that I would like to call a meeting of the legislative committee here coming within the next couple of weeks so that we can perhaps come up with a proposal for the council at the next council meeting of things that the legislative committee can pay special attention to and be a little bit more proactive on. And that being said, of course, if there's anybody else that has an opinion on what those things might be, please do send them to me too, and we'll wrap those into the meeting, or you can come to the meeting. Of course, they're all open meetings. And
We have to be careful
Say so.
establishing a quorum of the council at the meeting though. So if we keep the legislative committee meetings limited to what we have as far as attendance.
well, right, yeah.
But if we can get input from the council members in writing, or you can have phone calls, you don't have to worry about, establishing a quorum of the council.
Yeah, and I kind of wasn't clear there. I meant if there was other members of the public that might want to submit anything, they're welcome to attend the meeting. So, yeah, the quorum thing's a big deal. So we definitely want to pay attention to that, not just in the meetings, but serial meetings, conversations, all of that stuff.
Cool.
That's the rest. So plan to hear from me in the next week.
Right on. Thank you, Tom. We've got 4 minutes left. Do you want to talk about ad hoc tags?
I would like to talk about it. It does relate to what we just kind of wrapped up there, and it's why I have it placed after those committee reports. Let's share screen here. I'll bring up a proposed makeup of the ad hoc tag. I don't critical that we get this established today, but I think that it needs to be done here by the next meeting for sure. Sorry, I'm talking while trying to update my screen share. If we're looking to kind of establish this, a chair and a vice chair would be needed, and then the seats, as I have drafted, could be considered a little bit further as we get into this. Here we go. Ad hoc tag. I expected it. I'm sorry. There we go. So we should be seeing a draft of tag seats here. This was posted to the website. I have the colorization here, representing the building code and residential code, red representing the fire codes, and then some general positions. And then I have some suggestions for if we want to alter the composition of this, some other seat titles that we might want to include in there. And so I will yield to folks to discuss.
Todd?
Thank you, and we can check the notes, and I'm not too proud to be corrected, but in the executive committee, I'm pretty certain we had conversations about, we want a licensed architect, we want a capital A affordable housing developer, so remove home builder, and then 5 would be, we wanted a general contract. And I could be wrong on that, but we didn't have the either or. We were being very specific about trying to find that balance between developer, contractor, and licensed architect. Because this building type is very specific. It's not going to be
I would think that we'd want a multifamily builder, but I fail to. It just always makes me wonder when we have 15 seats and we're writing building code and we only have one builder on the tag with a vote, and then everybody that's making rules against him on the tag, so he's outnumbered 14-1. But nonetheless,
remember, these are going back to the blue and the red and the IRC, whatever that's represented. So again, this is going back to those tags that have that deeper representation.
Right. Okay, Chell.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful for this tag to come through the things that are, safe in the acute short term, and also, provide the housing affordability that we want. And I see lots of fire folks on here, and I think they have on the top of their mind acute safety. But from discussions we've had previously, I want to make sure that this is balanced where the need for housing affordability, and that this doesn't simply become you know, the most restrictive thing it can be, that we're balancing that with the needs of affordability on there. I want to make sure that we're doing that with this. So it sounds like we're not going to vote on this today, but that's where I stand.
Okay, thank you, Joe. According to the official clock on the screen, we've hit 2:15. If we could include this item on the next meeting's agenda. And then Dustin, if you could send out to the council members your budget report, and then if there's discussion, we could have it at the next meeting as well. So with that, we had a fixed time to adjourn. It looks like we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your participation today.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.